Hi there, good morning. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's Tuesday, which means day 2 of Group A, week 10 of Series 5, and it all got underway yesterday. It was a pretty long day, but not for the reasons you expect. Here's what happened. 18-year-old Connor Hopkins got off to a strong start on his debut, winning his opening match, but that was to be as good as it got for the Welsh youngster. Rennie Idams is a former weekly winner at the Super Series, but his latest campaign didn't start well. This a rare highlight in a day where he only won one match. Oscar Lacasiak managed 2 victories, including a notable closing triumph over Jim Long. This denied the Canadian a perfect start to week 10. Fellow Swede Victor Tingström racked up 3 victories after a more than solid start to his campaign on Monday. While Latvian World Cup star Dmitry Zhukov matched that tally with some strong showings of his own. But Long is in the lead, the gentleman winning 4 of his 5 matches on day 1. So Long fared well, actually. That should be for the end of the show, that shouldn't it, Mace? Yeah, almost a perfect day for Jim, but that last result's made it quite interesting. Yeah, and I mean, Oscar was my sort of outside fancy. I didn't know how he was going to take to this. We saw him at the World Cup, of course, where I thought he was outstanding. Sweden making the quarterfinals of the World Cup. He got out of the blocks a little slow, where Jim was just rock solid all day, averaged just over 92 for the day, and that kind of form is going to make him a favourite, not just to win this Group A, but a favourite to win the week. Yeah, he is, of course, top of the table after the opening day of action, but it's just the 2-point buffer rather than the 4 points that he could have had, and there are 3 players hot on his heels. Yeah, and Oscar and Jim face off in our very first match today, because that was our final match yesterday, so an opportunity for Oscar to totally close that gap and join Jim on 8 points. But my worry yesterday for Oscar was how long it took him to get going. Once he sort of got up to speed, he was fine and finished off with 3 good wins yesterday after 2 quite heavy defeats. But yeah, it's going to be a fascinating day. Connor was on debut yesterday, so he's got an opportunity, sort of his eyes a little bit more wide open today. It's going to be fascinating. I don't think Jim's going to have it all of his own way today. Yeah, well, the bookies made him a favourite, an odds-on favourite, in fact, yesterday. They were proved right to an extent. He's gone even shorter today, but we have seen some movement from other players, particularly Rennie Idams drifting out from being the second favourite to the second outsider. Yeah, and Rennie looked like he was going to play well yesterday, and really after a positive-looking start to the day, just drifted away and only picked up the 1 win. So I think it's a little bit more open than those odds suggest. Jim probably played, well, he definitely played statistically better than he's played in the last 12 months. If you look at a seasonal average, which is around sort of mid-80s. So he raised his game yesterday. It's whether he can match that level today. Yeah, there may be some value in some of the chasing pack there. Speaking of value, here is today's MODUS Super Series bet builder. First couple of selections there, Jim Long to get just 180 in those games. Do you agree with those? Yeah, I think they understand. I mean, this is the most popular bets on the exchanges, and they're thinking maybe Jim Long's not going to have as many 4-0 and 4-1 wins today, and he's going to be taken maybe or extended to 5, 6 and 7 legs. So those prices look okay. The final match in that treble, Hopkins versus Oscar, handicap bet, and Oscar minus 1.5 at 5 to 4. For me, that's the standout bet, because that's going to come at a kind of time I expect Oscar to be at his optimum level. Absolutely, and if you do have a bet, of course, do so responsibly. It's 18+, begambleaware.org. First match today could be a crucial one, Chris. Oscar Lacasiak got the better of Jim Long yesterday. Yeah, it was by the narrowest of margins, 4-3 with a fabulous 95 finish, which we saw in that highlights package. And again, my worry for Oscar would be the fact that Jim started fabulously yesterday, looked very comfortable on the stage. Listen, he's a previous winner of a group here, so he knows what he's doing. But Oscar, maybe early nerves yesterday on debut. I'm not quite sure, but I expect Jim to get a bit of revenge this morning. Right, let's see if that is the case. Can he open the gap, or can Oscar close it? We will find out. Chris Mason is going to head downstairs to join Paul Nicholson to talk you through it.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our MODUS Super Series action here for Tuesday morning. We will go all the way through past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we're going to start with this game here, which closed our Monday action. And in fine style, we had 7 legs in this contest yesterday. And it was won by Oscar against the darts as well, which puts him in a very good position, the man in Super Series colours today, because the man from Sweden at 31 years of age will have the darts in this contest to do the double over this man, who was excellent yesterday. He doesn't look bad for 55, does he? The gentleman. That Canadian air and all the travelling he does hasn't done him any harm.
Oscar to throw first.
But one thing's for sure.
Game on.
If Jim Long wants to get a 4-point cushion at the top of the table at the start of today, he's going to have to do it against someone who had his number yesterday. But Chris Mason's sitting alongside me for this one. I think
31.
before we look too far into this, we have to take heed of the fact that Jim started excellently yesterday. Oscar didn't.
Yeah, Jim started with an 88-41 in a 4-0 win
100.
against Victor, where Oscar, he struggled. He went down 4-1 to Connor with a 73.4 and was only 1 from 9 on his doubles. And we can't ignore that because he backed that up
140.
with a 4-0 defeat, averaging 72.92, where Jim in his second game averaged 85, winning 4-0. That tells me that
60.
Oscar is not an early bird.
Sounds like you'd get that on a T-shirt. We're about to find out, though. Maybe recognising that yesterday, his preparation today might have
60.
altered.
Yeah.
So that's what I would do if I recognise that I didn't play well early and I'm playing game 1. I'd maybe get up a little bit earlier and just prepare a bit earlier.
45.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly something that I found was an advantage because, as you know, Nico, having prepared for many, many tournaments, you think, well, a couple of hours would be enough. That couple of hours
140.
whizzes past, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
You clock watch and you think, right, okay, all right, I've got an hour and a half, and then you look again, an hour, and then that final hour of preparation seems to last 10 minutes,
60.
and then you
Oscar require
realise that you've not given yourself
130.
enough time, especially as they've got media commitments, as you all see on our various social media platforms. Doing some more bullseye challenges this
94.
morning, and then interviews. So it's not a case the players come in and all they've got to do is get ready for their opening game.
Yeah, times are different now,
58.
where we've got
Oscar requires
players
36.
who understand that the commitments are there on top of playing. This could be a really strong start from Oscar.
18.
Already that action looks a bit smoother at the start, doesn't it?
Spot on. I was just about to say the same thing. He looked very tentative early yesterday, didn't he? He looked nervous. But again, he wouldn't have... you know,
60.
you couldn't...
Oscar
I'd never
require
played in
18.
anything like this before when I played, so I'm pretty sure Oscar wouldn't have. But this is a horrible double, isn't it? You never really feel like you can attack it.
No
And
score.
that side of the
require
board yesterday was a
118.
nightmare for him, double 12 especially.
And 118 is a number that he will fancy here to steal the leg away. And it was double 19 that beat him yesterday.
99.
Wouldn't have that been a little
Oscar
ironic?
require 18.
Alanis Morissette's Canadian, isn't she?
She is.
She knows a thing or two about irony.
Oh, well, that's a happy accident.
Game
There
shot
you
on the
go.
first leg. Oscar
Pretty horrible,
Lukasiak.
that.
That's like that salt beer fella just sticking a little bit of salt down his elbow in your wound. You don't want to see anybody hitting 18 that way against you. But it gives Oscar a better start than yesterday. Another thing about Lukasiak as well is that he has a fellow Swede and another player from the Nordic and Baltic circuit in the room. And if you think about people coming from various circuits around the world,
59.
we've had Australians here in previous series in 2023. We've had Kiwis and people from North America and all around Europe.
100.
Just how vital is it for someone like Oscar today to have someone in there that he knows?
Yeah, I just think you need that familiarity. I mean, we've had players who barely speak
60.
English and they've not had any, you can't have guests here. So they're literally in there on their own. They must feel quite isolated.
100.
Did you ever go to any tournaments where you didn't know anybody?
No. There was always a travelling army of us that would go from tournament to tournament. So
60.
even when we went to America, that everybody that travelled from Heathrow or Gatwick or wherever, we'd literally
60.
fly together, eat together, and sit together at tournaments. It was great banter, as you could imagine.
So there's evidence that you do tend to need that even in a single sport. I mean, if you look at tennis, you look at
100.
traveling armies in that sport and some others, it's vital. But
Yeah, well, you need that. Sometimes you just need that familiar face to give you a pat on the back or some advice, or
93.
just sometimes you need that bit of friendship. I've been played in TV tournaments where, although I may have known everybody in the practice room, I may not have been particularly close with any of the players in there. And then, you're trying to prepare on your own. Some people prefer it. I always preferred practicing with somebody I knew and got on with.
double 16 for an equaliser for Jim.
Game shot on the
And
second
a lovely
leg.
cushion shot there.
Jim Long.
Kirk Stevens style. From the
Well,
55-year-old
against Oscar to
from
throw
London,
first.
Ontario.
Game on.
Such a lovely chat with him yesterday on the stage. A classic Canadian fella who is incredibly friendly. And very highly thought of amongst his peers in North America.
Yeah, he was on the stage fairly early this morning practicing, and he had a ice cold bottle of apple juice, like real apple juice, not what we refer to as apple juice,
100.
which I quite enjoy, cider. Yeah, it was apple juice, and it was something that reminded me of traveling to America back in the day, where everybody sort of had bottles of whatever they liked to drink, and it was like it's like a cooler type thing,
100.
but it stops your hands getting cold from the bottle, and he had one of those.
Ah, the old stubby holders that Australians and Kiwis love. I was talking about that last week, and
60.
I'm amazed that through the summer months, when people want cold water on the stage, that they don't have more of that.
Yeah, and because you don't want to get your hands in contact with the cold bottle, because obviously that makes your hands cold, which isn't particularly useful when you're throwing darts.
Well, Matthew Edgar and I last week were talking
140.
about Patrick van den Bogaard, who had this routine on the stage of putting his darts down, then wiping his hands, then picking up his water, and then throwing darts.
180.
And we thought it was in the wrong order.
Yeah.
That was definitely in the right order there for Jim. He might be making a decent move here.
I very rarely, if ever, drank water on stage.
Because you never used to get breaks.
No.
You used to play how many
100.
straight
Can you
sets on
require
stage at Lakeside?
161?
7 sometimes without a comfort break.
That wouldn't fly anymore.
61. Oscar, you
And I have
require
the-
104.
I have a bladder the size of a tennis ball, Nico. I couldn't drink about 2 hours before my match. Yeah, because there was no commercial breaks back on the Beeb in the day.
67.
This would
If you
be a
require
break, though.
100.
Tops.
It's actually a nice lie for the 60 as well. You could have just snuck it over the top.
40.
See, I snuck in another
give a
a little
point, 37.
North American reference there, like Ross snuck. Did you get it? You probably didn't. Double 16.
Game
Right in the
shot on
corner. And it
third leg.
seems like Oscar has
Oscar
definitely got
Lukasiak.
the rhythm and the poise to get Jim worried.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
If you'd have said to me at this time, well, maybe an hour after this yesterday, that Oscar Lukasiak would have a genuine shot at beating Jim Long for a second
60.
time and a chance of equalising him at 8 points, I'm not sure I would have believed that. But I am very happy to see that someone is warming to this task.
Well, it's just
59.
there's a lot more rhythm and assurance in his, well, just in his whole body language today.
Yeah, and Jim's not getting out of the traps today like he did yesterday.
100.
Somewhat mean state of high 80s. It's a good 10 points back from that. You made a good point on the balcony about his play from Monday, because 92.3, his average for the day. That's exceptional here at the MODUS Super Series. And he was 46% on doubles as well. You put those two together, that's a world-class performance on a daily campaign. But adding to that, people can do
59.
that over the course of matches, like Luke Littler did last week, even to a higher extent even. But you must have that little acceleration in you to win the more challenging match. And Jim had that too.
Yeah, he did in that performance where he produced
21.
the highest average of the day. It was a 4-1 win over Connor, where Connor produced his best performance of the day in terms of an average of 86.04. Jim was 100.20, 4 out of 4 on the doubles.
140.
I mean, that's right up there with one of his best performances.
And statistically, I've run a bit of analysis this morning, and I think that is Jim Long's best performance of the year.
46.
Certainly one of his
You reckon
best performances on
142.
TV, I'd suggest. Well, certainly what I can find.
$62.
Nice little layup. Oscar seems to have lost his scoring boots here in leg 4. It's amazing how many dart players these days are turning up here in Portsmouth in black and yellow.
140.
The yellow I get because he's Swedish.
You require 80.
But the black and yellow, it's almost as if he got the memo of, you must dress like the carpet.
I didn't even think
Game
of that.
shot on the 4th leg.
But you're spot on.
Jim Long.
That's a nice kill there from Jim, isn't it?
Yeah.
5th leg, it's Oscar to
80
throw
and 3.
first. Game on.
50% on the doubles again. Is he just going through the gears just a tiny bit here? And if Oscar is susceptible at any point, Jim might be there to pounce.
100.
Yeah, everything is gone with throw, and pretty convincingly as well.
This is a good 5 points down on what Oscar did
55.
average-wise over all of yesterday. The thing that's encouraging for Lukasiak is that he's only 2 points behind Long, when in fact he was 12 points behind him in average, and he was 18% behind him in
100.
doubles percentage. Does that prove that it's all about points? We can give you all the numbers that are at our disposal, but it's the points that tell you the biggest
95.
story.
Yeah, and timing. And timing is key. You know, had he played Jim in match 1 or 2 yesterday, he would have got walloped.
This would be over.
75.
In fact, the first person to take a leg off Jim Long yesterday was Connor Hopkins in game 7. He was 12-1 up after 3 games.
95.
That's good in any language. Well, 256 after 9. That's not what Jim was looking for.
78.
He's constantly looking at his opponent who is in front of him when he's against the dart. Is he going to get that break of throw? And if he doesn't, it seems like Oscar's got his number.
79.
Yeah, and Jim ultimately is just going to run out of opportunities to get that all-important break of throw. He left himself on 177, which means Oscar has 2 visits to get rid of
100.
the 148. He's left 48 after 15. His finishing has been a bit hit and miss. 2 from 9.
95.
It's not a bad
Oscar
leave.
required 48.
I kind of get what he was trying to do there. Oscar, 9 attempts at double in this match and has hit 2.
Game
That
shot
is a
the
lot
fifth
more
leg.
clinical.
Well,
Oscar Lucasiak.
his second and third winning legs were identical. They were just clinical. The missed darts came,
Sixth leg, it's Jim to
of
throw
course,
first.
in the opening
Game.
leg where he missed 18s, then 9s, then 14 double 2.
Do you think Lukasiak's ever seen The Bill?
No.
140.
That old police programme on British TV. If he was a fan of it, his nickname would be Sierra. You've got to be from a certain generation to get that joke. Because they used to call themselves, was it Sierra
91.
Oscar? That was one of their calling cards of the show. That was a long time ago. I do get the feeling that this game is going to a 7th leg again. It could come down to a vital finish, like the one we saw from Lukasiak for 95 and 2 at the end of the match on 19s.
140.
At some point this week, though, Lukasiak is going to have to raise his level if he's going to get through a group. You don't get through groups here with an 80 average.
60.
Not very often, anyway. If he's to get through this group, he's going to have to find between 5 and 10% most of the time over the next couple of days. But whether he goes to Group B or Group C,
100.
judging by who's waiting,
161.
more will be needed.
Yeah, well, Jim Long showed us that kick in that performance we mentioned a little earlier. Oh, that's perfect.
141. Oscar require 170.
He's wearing red today as opposed to white yesterday. It's a fabulous dart shirt. One of the best I've seen in a while, in fact.
Oh, he should have saved it until Saturday. Tiger Woods style.
100. Jimmy required 20.
Double 10 for the man in red.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Oh, it wouldn't be a sequel
Jim
to
Long.
the movie The Woman in Red. I think no disrespect, Jim, but I'd rather see Kelly LeBrock in your
7th
shirt.
and final leg, it's Oscar to throw first.
But do you
Game
know why
on.
Tiger Woods wears red on a Sunday?
No.
He went to Stanford University and their colours were red, and you see a lot of golfers on the PGA Tour wearing their college colours on a Sunday. That's why Ricky Fowler wears orange, because he went to OU, Oklahoma.
Ah, right. That makes sense.
60.
We are going to leg 7. And everything's gone with throw so far.
57.
And there was an opportunity. If he starts with a 140, all of a sudden Oscar's on the back foot, but he can't seem to do it.
Not on the Oscar throw.
You can tell in that 20 bed that a couple of Oscar's darts have slapped against the board. He's almost tattooed it.
100.
I'm talking a lot with the players this morning about flight technology and deflections, weren't we?
Yeah, well, we were just trying the
100.
latest tech from Wimmel and Red Dragon and the new Brendan Dolan darts, which are absolutely beautiful. He needs to give himself that bit of a cushion with a big 2 treble visit. Very nearly.
100.
I mean, 60, followed by a couple of tons. He's just keeping his nose in front.
There's been 180 in this game, but if there was ever the
60.
perfect moment to get one, that was it. However, because of that troublous visit, the next one is the ideal time to get the 180, the last scoring visit of your match. That's where you want to get that maximum to put pressure on your opponent. And that troublous visit invites Long back in again.
Yeah, and when you're in this situation, sometimes the treble 20 just shrinks. You're just trying so hard to give you... Oh, here we go, Nico.
Great shot, eh?
180.
Called it. He did it yesterday, didn't he? Just at the right time. It's not a coincidence that good dart players do good things in great moments.
100. Jimmy require
And key moments.
104.
And he's going to have to hit the 104 off the back of it. You saw what Lukasiak did with a 2-darter yesterday at the end. Long gets a dart. And it's a
Game
wonderful,
shot and the
wonderful
match.
finish
Jim
from Jim
Long.
Long. 284 in 6 to finally get that break of throw that he craved. And now he does have 10 points at the top of the table, because that very marginal win with an 87.29 average, that's just exactly what he does all the time. That really was a beautiful display with the final 6 darts. That is the first game over with, and when we come back, it will be Victor Tingström of Sweden. It's his turn against Rene Idams.
So Jim Long pulls clear at the top of the table with that revenge victory against Oskar Lukasiak, winning the first game today after losing the last game to the same opponent yesterday. And now the same scenario applies to Rene Idams and Victor Tingström. Tingström won this fixture 4-1 on Monday. Idams, who didn't find the form that saw him win a week here at the Super Series yesterday, will be looking for a much better showing today. And guiding you through the action, it's Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Game 1 in the books, and it just goes to show that it was revenge for Jim Long, like you said, Murph. And revenge is a dish best served long, apparently. So now we look at Germany versus Sweden in the shape of the Belkin boy, Victor Tingström. And Rene Idams, the Cube, will be looking to have a better day than yesterday. Only 2 points in his campaign on Monday. That leaves him 4 points behind Lukasiak and Tingström and Zukov from Latvia as well. So before Dimitri takes the hockey, Rene's got a chance against the 22-year-old from Stockholm to make his way to a mid-table position, or closer to that, in fact.
Yeah, using a Gary Anderson dart. Well, he'd have to be throwing them like Gary Anderson at the moment, who is in a rich vein run of form. which is always good to see.
Yeah,
And,
what did you make of Gary's darts that he was using at the Grand Prix with the bulbous end?
Yeah, well, they're the ones that he's been
100.
using recently on the Pro Tours, and he's been hitting some big numbers, hasn't he? You would think it's
59.
very much our opinion on Luke Humphries. It's not if he wins a major, it's when. And for me, it's not if Gary Anderson wins
100.
another title. It's when, because you can't keep throwing that well and not having success. Well, you would certainly hope not. Anyway,
Okay, before we get into
51.
this,
Game shot on the first leg.
in my humble,
Victor
he's
Tingstrom.
already above both of those anyway. In terms of, if you said to me who's the greatest Scottish player of all
Second leg,
time,
it's Victor to throw first.
I'd have to say Gary
Game
Anderson, a back-to-back. You know, a two-time world champion.
I'm just trying to figure out when he used these darts,
100.
though. When he got that 9 darter at Bolton, I'm pretty sure he used them then, and intermittently at other points in his career.
Yeah, well, he's always tended to.
139.
He had those noir ones which he used with success, and then they went in the bin.
81.
But you will notice, well, the ones with sharp eyes will notice there is a slight scallop in them, and it's very similar to the Brendan Dolan darts that myself and Nico were having a
44.
play with this morning, and they are lovely. I produced some myself with Red Dragon, and again, they just basically what I did. I had my Bristow darts. I covered them in
56.
permanent marker, practiced with them for a few hours, and where the spot worn away or wore away the permanent marker was where I introduced the slightest scallop, so I could
140.
constantly repeat the identical position and placement on the barrel.
See, this is where I get to know you so well, Chris, because I didn't even think you could have a scallop because you're
58.
allergic to seafood.
Good point, well made. Maybe that's when we do our
125.
sit-down storytelling. I'll let everybody know about my recent exploits with trying fish, even though I'm allergic to it.
100. Running required 53.
Well, 53 for the cube. There's another line I never thought I'd see in my life.
Game shot on the
Oh,
second
it's a
leg.
wonderful finish from
Rene
Rene, because
Argent.
yesterday he was just missing so many targets low.
Sat in a hospital bed and then explaining
against
to a
Renee to
doctor,
throw
so
first.
you knew you
Game
were
on.
allergic to fish? Yes. And did you just try a little bit? No, I ate the whole lot. I just was wondering if I maybe have grown out of my allergy
58.
whilst foaming at the mouth.
I can just imagine you saying, I don't think it's working.
100.
What's Rennie got to change today? Because in the early part of yesterday, we saw that lovely rhythm.
Whoa.
That one there.
Was he just a little bit
180.
ring rusty yesterday? Maybe not enough action in the tank.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, his main issue yesterday was consistency, wasn't it? We've seen plenty of
85.
flashes, including that beautiful 160 out against Oscar in a match he ended up losing 4-3, but it was... he had spells yesterday, but he just didn't string them
59.
together often enough, hence why he only picked up the one win.
Yeah, he shouldn't have lost that game. He was 3-0 up.
He's cruising.
And he had multiple darts for the match in 3 different
140.
legs. This is quite encouraging, but there is that miss. I'm trying to diagnose why that
82.
happens. Is it a late release? Is it something to do with the hand crunching? And what I mean by hand crunching is when your fingers join the muscular part
60.
of your thumb where they come together and form a fist. As he throws there, you can see the fingers are just crunching in a bit.
Well, yeah, and then the dart is folding into the hand, which is something I... Oh, wow.
75.
It's something that
It's
I picked up on
160.
with MVG. Very much had the pointing skywards, and now the hand's closed. Tops. Can he find the double to lead beautiful,
Game
right in the middle.
third leg.
Yeah, so now
Victor
with Michael,
Tingström.
the points move into the ground. So there's a lot of wrist being moved around before he
Fourth leg, it's
ultimately
Victor to throw
releases the dart.
first.
And that
Game.
then you incur timing issues.
Yeah, I think with Michael, from speaking to him about that very issue,
85.
I think he has had problems with his wrists over the years, so he's had to evolve his throw. And now we're only just starting to see him comfortable with this
140.
more downward wrist position, whereas before the dart was actually pointing upwards.
Well, for the perfect throw, Nico, as you know, the wrist has got to be locked.
56.
Everything's got to be locked in. The problem with that closed hand is when he gets to the back of the throw, it's how he opens that hand on release and open the hand quick enough.
60.
Yeah, it's a completely different delivery, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, Eric's was brought on by dartitis, of course, but his main issue was getting the hand open quick enough, and you just can't from that closed position.
50.
Well, we had Andy Bolton here last week talking about how he was looking at a difference with his elbow position and elbow ferocity because he was trying to disengage the right shoulder a bit. And it almost
59.
worked for him last week. He made the final and lost 4-3 to Sebastian Białecki.
Well, and you're bang on, because if you have an inside-out
58.
elbow position or a flared elbow position, that ultimately will engage the shoulder.
And you will see a little bit of that with Connor Hopkins in the next game. I had some really interesting social media
140.
activity last night, actually.
What, positive?
About Connor and about whose throw it looks like. So we'll come back to that in game 3.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that because,
140.
as you know, I
Miracle 102.
was watching him thinking, my goodness, he reminds me of somebody. Double 16.
70. Victor require 104.
Well, 104 has been a very profitable number today for Jim Long. Different route for Victor.
52. Rene requires
He has
32.
got some snap in that right arm, hasn't he?
Game shot on the
But
fourth
it's 2-2.
leg. Rene
Break back
Idens.
for Rene.
So if they get Rene to throw first, game on.
I was looking at his dart sheet yesterday and I said it looked like a horror movie. Looks like he's been mauled by a bear. Well, if he had been mauled by a bear, his left arm
39.
is bleeding German blood with the German colours. Wait, I think that's one of the reasons behind it. I love dart shirts that represent where you're from. They're just subtle.
58.
And what is it about German players who always seem to get it right? Max Hopp's had some great dart shirts. Gabriel Clemens has had some great dart shirts. And don't underestimate the next level of guys as well.
60.
There's some belters out there, just like that one from Rene.
I remember you just had to have a solid colour and
85.
that was it, because the technology wasn't there. And then you'll remember this. Back in the day, you had to have 2 shirts almost home and away, because Tommy Cox wouldn't have you wearing the same colour shirt.
80.
And I had this argument. I was playing Phil Taylor, and he said, well, you know, it's for the public to make sure they can identify who's who. I said, I think people will more or less know that
45.
I'm not Phil Taylor, Tommy.
Yeah, that was a really good, interesting rule. And that's why Gary Anderson used to have a blue away shirt, as in light blue.
100.
He once played against Adrian Lewis at the Grand Prix. Adrian was higher ranked than Gary, and he had to wear the away shirt.
Yes, yeah. So
whoever
whoever was the higher ranked of the 2 players had the choice on what colour they wore, and you had to not wear the same colour.
You played for England, didn't you, Chris?
I did.
Did you play in one of those, was it a West Point shirt?
I think it was.
Yeah, where they had the arrows on them, the
58.
subtle arrows.
No, that was a little later, I think.
Okay. So our county got those shirts, and it was a big investment for them. And I thought, what is this material? It was revolutionary
39.
about 24, 25 years ago.
64.
Nowadays, dart shirts, the evolution is frightening. Different colours, different materials.
43.
And
Well,
let's face it,
require
people are playing better because of
154.
it.
You've got a goodie bag, or should I say a box over there, and that's the cool... What are they called?
130. Renee Rickon, 120.
The Winmore shirts.
Yeah, they're stunning.
Very flexible as well.
Don't stick.
Good for the biceps.
Yeah.
53. Feature required.
The main
24.
issue years ago is the material would literally stick to your arm. It's horrible.
Bit like an Aston Villa shirt. 66 for Victor. This is just... And a cacophony of breaks of throw,
12.
potentially.
Renee requires 68.
Well, Renee's been fairly efficient. 2 from 4, 50%. Oh, it's going to be 15 ball. Oh, that's a bonus. Double 10.
48.
It was still a little bit messy, that shot. There was nothing textbook about it. So 66 isn't found. It's 1. Nothing textbook about this either.
No score.
It's all a bit scruffy, this one.
Renee required 20.
Both averaging in the mid to high 70s. Drastically down on what Tingstrom was doing yesterday by a good 6 points.
16.
That was one of those Yahuda 9 shots. There's a 9. Double 3 is found. And he celebrates it. He's not over the line yet, though. He's still got one more hold or break to find.
Six flag, it's Victor to throw first. Game on.
Final 2 players of this 6-man field up next. Connor Hopkins taking on Demetrius Zhukovs.
140.
We love a name here at the MODUS Super Series, which would score you a lot of points at Scrabble.
And that's one of them.
140.
We did get a lot of social media activity
45.
about Victor and Oscar yesterday. We're saving some of it for later. Talking a little bit more about these 2 ADC Europe qualifiers.
57.
Yeah, if you've got any questions or comments, get in touch with us direct. Paul Nicholson will have his X app open, or Twitter if you prefer to call it that, at MSS Darts.
44.
If you use that, you will get direct access into the comms box.
And we are on TikTok as well. And we have a new TikTok out today
100.
featuring our referee, Owen Binks. And it is quite funny. So go to TikTok. MODUS Super Series is your search. And have a little look at some of the humorous moments that we can potentially have here in Portsmouth. I think the one that Owen's just done is very, very funny.
Yeah.
90.
Binks and Paul Hinks. Sounds like the band. Sounds like a duet.
Binks and Hinks.
100. Renee Rick 114.
They're the only 2 referees we have that rhyme.
Well, nothing rhymes with Corstorphine. Maybe morphine, I'm not sure.
Clementine.
Game shot.
Well, that's 3-3 with a 1-1-4.
Renee Adams.
For Rennie Idams, whose biggest finish yesterday was 160. That was the best of everybody, in fact.
7th and final.
We've seen Jim Long extend his best as a 3-dart check out to 104 today. I just wonder if anybody's going to find more than 160 today.
41.
And that is a disastrous start to the deciding leg. Only 41.
100.
After a while, I'm going to call this game no holds barred because you're not getting any holds of throw.
It's incredible how conscious you become of not being able to hold throw.
You can almost sense your opponent
125.
feeling that there's less pressure on them because they don't have the darts. And when you're not breaking 406 darts, that's a worry.
Yeah. Yeah, you're in a
44.
world of trouble. And that was his problem yesterday. It's consistency again. We've seen flashes of brilliance from him, including that 1-1-4 to level things up.
59.
At 3-3. And he's followed that with 41, 55, 44.
So what you said at the start of this match about consistency is not pretty much spot on.
30.
It is spot on.
It is live, and people will question that after your call on the 180 coming in the last visit of the scoring phase and taking out the 104 for Jim Long, 284 in 6. We are live.
128. But you require 92.
But it could well be too late as Victor looks to find his first win of the day. Double 12.
80.
Missed again. But if Tingstrom was to find the 2 points in his next visit, he will go to second
97.
position in the table.
But you require 12.
8 points.
Game
Has Victor's
shot
name
of
on
the
it.
match.
He does go
Victor
to second
Tingstrom.
position in the table for now, but he has played one more game than the person he's just overtaken in Dmitry Zhukov. The performance, he will not remember it for all of the right reasons, but it's all about points at the end of the day, and Victor gets it by 4 legs to 3.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Dmitry Zhukov is looking to double up on victories against Connor Hopkins. Zhukov won this fixture 4-1 yesterday in the pair's final match, but Hopkins did win his first match 4-1, the only game he won yesterday. Can he get off to the same bright start today? Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson will talk you through game 3.
We will, Murph. Thank you very much. Time to see a little more of Connor Hopkins up against a man draped in colours representing Latvia. We spoke a lot about Dmitry yesterday and how he's always travelling a little bit more than most people to play any level of darts.
Game on.
But without further ado, we did get some social media interaction yesterday, and I think they're right, you know, the people who said
30.
that Connor Hopkins' throw is like a certain Jamie Hughes. Looking at it, it's quicker, but the positions
60.
look very similar to that of Yoza.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go with that.
57.
It's still not the person you were thinking of, though, right?
Nope. I'll be doing some commentary somewhere else, probably the UK, where there's
140.
obviously 160 players in it, and no doubt I'll go. Oh, that's the one. I hope it's Connor Hopkins himself.
43.
You'll be hoping the same. What did you make of Connor yesterday? Because he was the only person to average under 80 for the day, but based on what he was saying in his interview, just shy of this time
92.
yesterday, this is it's like a research mission for him, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all a learning process. Just getting used to playing under the lights, playing with a group of players. I'm sure he's only met for the very first time on Monday morning. And I almost think making a winning start
44.
maybe gave him a little bit too much expectations and added a bit of extra pressure. But we like the fundamentals when he just slows it down a little bit and he's a bit more
85.
deliberate. We both thought he was certainly more consistent and looked more likely.
45.
If you want evidence as to why you're not going to be a major champion overnight, I saw a picture yesterday of someone who posted what Luke Humphries looked like when he won his first development tour title to what he looked like on Sunday night. You have to grow into being that kind of champion. It doesn't happen overnight.
No, it's all about the evolution and development.
I know it's tough for this generation of young stars, but you have to be patient. And
59.
I have a saying for patient. Something I heard from a yoga teacher of mine. And Dimitri's got the double 10 for a 1-0 lead. But patience is defined by not being a victim of your circumstances.
Very true, which is why they say patience is a virtue. It's almost a skill all on its own, isn't it? To manage the expectation. And it's probably something that I became very frustrated with early on because
81.
I was winning tournaments against the same groups of players, yet couldn't do it when it ultimately really mattered, when everybody was watching, not just
85.
those in the arena.
I just noticed something on Dimitri's shirt as well that says T19. Well, that reminds me of his countryman, Maras Razma, who uses the treble 19 more than any player on earth.
I
think we've both discussed this before. I think it acts almost as a reset.
And if you're tall, like Dimitri is, like Maras is, treble 19 might, for them, be a harder shot because you're throwing from a steep angle.
81.
Whereas someone of, say, my height, I'm 5'9". Treble 19 for me feels very comfortable to go for. I'm not throwing up. I'm throwing almost directly at it.
95.
You were talking to me yesterday about certain leagues around the country as well.
58.
And not all of them throw from this distance.
No, they still vary, which surprises me.
Whoa!
I remember going to a tournament in Nottingham many years ago, and I got there and I said, "What's something wrong with the throws, lads?
96.
It's just too close." They went, "Oh, 7'6" round here," and I was like, "What?" And then another one of those.
40.
And then in Bristol, we used to play a certain night of the week was from 8 foot.
Crazy, isn't it?
Well, originally it was 7'6",
55.
and then other leagues played 8 foot, and they sort of, when it went metric, they sort of met somewhere in the middle, and that was 7'9" and a quarter.
Game shot on the second leg.
These two are not meeting in the middle at the minute.
No, and it's following the pattern of yesterday, where it was a convincing win on that occasion for Dimitri, 4-1.
Game on.
Yeah, Dimitri is looking like a round peg in a round hole right now. Very, very comfortable with what he's doing on the stage.
Whoa!
I think he understands that all he's got to do is beat the person in front of him. But that 180 from Connor, that gives him his 6th 180 of his campaign 45. Here in Group A. That's right up there with the most 180s of anybody. So it's those in-between scores that he needs to get more of. And the thing that proves 45. That, bearing in mind we're 2 legs in, is this. No ton plus scores, no ton 40 plus scores, but he's got a 180.
95.
I think to start your day in this kind of campaign, you want to stay straight. And as the games go on, the weight of the dart has got to get better. That is much better right there. Everything's straight.
Well, I've established what the Rost T19 is,
125.
Nico. It's a version of the QSOL integrated flight and stem system.
45.
It's amazing the evolution of flight and stem technology over the last 5 to 10 years.
Well, when you go back many moons ago, having a one-piece flight and stem system was
41.
What you'd find at the fair. They were deemed rubbish. Now with technology and development, they're appear to be the way forward.
How many people today
76
are using flights that came flat?
Me.
None.
No, I know.
Not one.
44.
Now,
that
feels like a first for me in a Group A. I can't remember the last time I had every player here throwing with moulded flights. That's a really good kill there from Connor. A 17 darter and a vast improvement on what he's done in this game so far.
In fact, the last time Kevin Painter was here, I think that was the only thing he didn't use.
Don't give him any excuses. He's going to be on the old Tinterweb later saying, get me some of those moulded things that Mason Nicker were talking about. Now, there you can see 45. All black moulded technology there for Connor. Dimitri's got a stem and flight combination, which is 1. What we talked about, the benefits of it, are there any drawbacks?
I think on the stiffer ones, we were looking at Dimitri's today, and there's a lot of flexibility in them, isn't there? They're quite soft.
95.
So that would eliminate those real severe deflections.
And you've seen some wicked deflections from the likes of De Souza.
Yeah, you could see the movement there. It allowed the dart just to go in, and you could just see the movement in the stem.
Well, that was the thought behind the flexible dart point. So that if you bounce into it, it would absorb any sort of inertia that the dart has getting towards the sisal. And do you think darts is not
92
about technological advancing, then...
Well, can you remember the early black and red ones that would spin?
I used to hate those.
Yeah, I didn't like them.
Visually, it just put me off.
140.
It's a good leg, this.
124.
124 to keep Connor at bay. Perfect start. Perfect ending.
Just confirming it's a single. You want the ball.
99.
Wow. Give it a good scare.
Only require 81.
Do you know what? I'm not convinced that he was happy that he had to stop, but he did because he wasn't sure what he had.
Can he hit the ball? I like that play.
39.
He didn't do that yesterday. He was going for trebles yesterday.
Yep. And it was costly.
At least he got a shot this time.
9.
And he gets another shot.
Only required
Could be
42
2-2 now.
Yeah, what an opportunity for a level game. Big target here.
24.
Oh, there was a lot of shoulder in that
Which
one.
requires
I don't think he was going for a 6 either. Just paused a little bit after the first start.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
It is 3-1 to Dmitry.
Zhukov.
Yeah, I went down the route, Nico, that I used a flight and a stem that very old school, and I didn't use a ring because my idea was if I put one close to another, the flight would pop out and eliminate the deflection. A bit of a pain in the backside, bending over every visit to pick a flight up off the floor if I put them that close together.
I'll tell you a little tale about 2 or 3 years in my pomp. Bit of a Portsmouth joke there, in my pomp. And I played the Championship League darts, which was very similar to this. And after beating Mervyn King in a semi-final, he said, do me one favour. Do something about your flights, because they keep falling on the floor, and it was putting me off. And I thought, well, he's probably got a point, so I should probably do something about it. When I got home from that tournament, I tried to find the right kind of adhesive so I could glue the flights
55.
in. I was using pear-shaped flights and poly stems, and I ended up speaking to somebody who was very close to me at the time about a nail glue
44.
which had some sort of flexibility to it. So I ended up getting some of that. And every morning at a Pro Tour event after that, you saw me gluing my flights into my stems and making spares.
180.
People thought I was crazy. I wasn't that crazy, because some other people started to do it too.
Yeah, well, I didn't worry about them falling on the floor.
Only require 100.
To be honest. And I'm pretty sure Murav would know the answer to that question if he said to me, do something about your flights are falling on the floor.
Game shot on the 5th.
Connor's done something about that. That's his best leg of the day so far. 15 darts.
Yeah, and another ton plus finish. They've been coming in today, Nico. We had the 104, a match-winning 104 from Jim Long. In our last match, we had 2 of them, the 114 from Rene, and then we had a 116 from Victor, and we've now had a ton
38
from Connor. Also had 3 180s in this one.
So does that now mean that everybody's hit a ton plus finish here this week?
Yep.
So now it's about replication and getting more of them. We've got the all Swedish battle in Game 4 coming up after this, which is a guaranteed hug, apparently, at the start and the end. Good darts from Connor. We did see his best stuff in Game 1 yesterday. He's getting towards that kind of level now, averaging over 81.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine
98.
Bristow and Lowy having an embrace at the start of a game back in the day.
Or Jockey and Cliff.
94.
Yeah, I can't imagine Gezi Price and Gary Anderson having a hug either.
No.
85.
They certainly don't
exchange 146.
Christmas, although they seem to be getting on okay nowadays, which is good to see.
I think the 2 people are hugged genuinely on the stage, Merv and Robert Thornton. And one of them was after Robert had done me in the last leg decider of a 7-set game at the Worlds. It was a somewhat ironic
95.
hug.
Conor requires 67.
Well, I don't think Dmitry wants to hug Connor right now, because he might be taking him to leg 7. And that could be all the legs possible here in round 1.
Was that 39 for double 14, Nico?
Yeah.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Have you ever seen 67 that way? I can't say that I have.
The most obscure way, which is something that
Seventh
James Wade
final leg,
introduced,
it's Connor to throw first.
as far as I know,
Game on.
was 67 treble 9 for tops.
Yeah, and the treble 7 came into play. The treble 8, obviously, because it's right next to the treble 16 for 64 anyway.
Yeah, the treble 7 tops on 61. That's another recent thing, really, isn't it? Well, out of a possible
95.
21 legs we could have played so far today, we've played all 21, Nico.
I remember when somebody, I think it was Mensa Sudovic, the first time I ever saw
60.
it, 82, treble 18, double 14.
Yep.
And I thought, well, that is interesting. But that was all about the fact that he wanted to leave 28.
And the 70.
49.
42-28.
And he hit that to win a European Tour event 4 years ago. Is Connor going to get his second win in this group via
60.
this leg? If he does, he halts any sort of progress that Dimitri could have in the table because he's looking to equalise Victor Tingstrom on 8 points.
80.
Whereas Connor would go to 4 points, hurdling Rennie Idams. He's in firm control of this leg now.
100.
With solid scoring and because he's got the throw.
$45. Connie Record 141.
2 players in the middle of the table as it stands look like they're going to lose to Connor Hopkins.
119.
Splendid shot. He's left a double that we like for position, but not for number.
98.
Yes,
Connie required 22.
certainly not for the breakdown.
Can he break it down? Not
no
quite.
Score. Dimitri Record 136.
You have to attack with dart 1. If you're going to burn one, burn the opening one. So you have the option of attacking double 4 if that's your option after a single 3.
So what does he do this time?
First dart's got to be aggressive.
Connie required 22.
Let's see what he does this time. This is a second visit to win this match. Same again.
No score.
Same again.
Dimitri requires 76.
If Dimitri gets out of this game with 2 points, it will feel like someone's just given him a present. And he was awesome on shots like this yesterday. But he's missed the single by a good inch. You think about where he's going for, the middle of that 16. That is well above the target.
36.
What does Connor do this time? 3rd down and 22. Can he complete the pass to get the touchdown? He was more aggressive with the first one. But he can't hit the double 4. So that's 8 darts for the match missed. Double top for a steal. It's not an ideal lie.
20.
Because he likes the darts to go over the top of each other.
Yep. Surely this time Connor Hopkins can get over the line.
8.
His second win of the campaign, and as Nico said, halts the progress of Dimitri. Well, averages well below what they would want, but Connor Hopkins will be more than happy with the 2 points. Highlight there, 100 finish for Connor Hopkins, and of course, getting the win. When we come back, Victor takes on Oscar.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where so far today, every single leg possible has been played. 3 matches, 3 of them going the distance. Jim Long and Victor Tingstrom winning against the darts in the decider, and then Connor Hopkins getting that victory against Dmitry Zhukov in a really tense end to that previous match. I think that's fair to say. It means that in terms of the Group A table, that Long remains top. It's Tingstrom that's now behind him by a couple of points. There's been a little bit of a separation there with Zhukov's and Lekasiak losing. They remain on 6. Hopkins gets his 2nd win. Both days he's won his 1st match, and Rennie Idams sits at the bottom on 2. And next up, it's our 2 Swedish players in this group going head-to-head. Victor Tingstrom takes on Oscar Lekasiak, and I'm excited to see what Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason have got in store for us today in this one.
Well, Mace, we might have to have chapter 2 of things you didn't know about Sweden, because that was fascinating yesterday.
The internet can be pretty damn amazing.
It can. Well, as far as the standard of play today is concerned, you've got to say that Jim Long, once again in round 1, has shown that he's the best player in this group. Yeah, can he be caught by Tingstrom in this game on points by beating Oscar Lekasiak? That is the question.
Yeah, he won his opening match 4-3 against Oscar, but as far as round 1 goes, if it was boxing, it would have been a 10-8 round.
I love how he's just given Oscar a hug and he just said, well, I've got to check that my patches are still on there. I've got to make sure everything's in order.
59.
Wouldn't have got away with that L back in the day, would you? My goodness, that'd have been... That's... even a bit big. The L, 6 square inches, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the premise of a sponsor patch. If you're not aware, 6 square inches, so 1 inch high and 6 inches wide, or
3x2,
3x2,
or not that one, which 26. Is about 4x4.
About the size of a BM on that one.
It is actually spot on. I had some wonderful beer mats given to me at the Betfred World Match Play that have all vanished in the pub, which is nice.
Oh, good friend Connor collects them.
Yes.
I got him some from Canada recently.
85.
He was very pleased with them. I think everybody's got to collect something in life. You collect cars, don't you?
I do, yeah. You collect poker chips, which is fascinating at the moment.
Oh, my word. I've got to stop.
100.
I think I've got a problem.
Well, the best bit is, if I come around your gaff for a poker game, we can't use them anyway.
58.
Yeah, they're all in coin concealment holders wrapped in foam and perspex.
Yeah, I'd be keeping some of them in a big safe.
And... here's the thing about darts equipment. We talked about the flights today. Everybody's using molded flights. Here, they're both using yellow molded flights. But here's another thing that's changed over the last few years as well. People actively buy darts equipment and keep it mint in box.
Yes.
Because they've seen certain pieces of equipment which have somewhat rarely been kept mint in box, which are now worth a small fortune.
89.
Yeah, I mean, some of the big manufacturers now come up with limited run of specialist darts that have just continued to
97.
increase in value. And seeing yellow flights, I'll just watch this double 16 going, so I got a fabulous story about yellow flights.
Game shot in the first.
Finds the double, 17 dart breaker throw. Dave Chisnell, watching him colour them in with permanent yellow marker because they didn't make his flight
Second against Oscar to throw first.
And you know what he did about them earlier this year?
He started spraying them, didn't he? Or getting them sprayed.
He got a friend of his who was an expert in, I believe, spraying cars to start spraying his flights. Because at the back end of 2022, they were chipping off. He was leaving yellow sediment on the board. And now he's got somebody to paint the flights for him, so that doesn't happen.
Only Dave Chisnell would do that.
Yeah, he goes down there, he says, you got a car that you want changed? No, I'd like you to paint my flights, please.
100.
Incredible. He's changed darts recently as well, and how effective have they been?
Yeah, he's playing
70.
some wonderful darts right now.
Oscar did play better in his first round match today, which leads us to believe that he's ahead of what he was doing yesterday. In his second
60.
game of Monday, he lost 4-0 to Dmitry Zhukov with an average of 73 almost.
60.
You do think that Oscar will play better than that today in round 2 because he had a better platform earlier on this morning.
Yeah, well, like our previous 3 matches have gone full 3. This was full 3 yesterday, as was the following match between Jim and Dimitri. That was also full 3 yesterday, so we could be setting some kind of legs played record today.
We were trying to do that on Saturday night as well. 4 threes everywhere, including the final.
Yeah, it was a exciting night on Saturday. And don't forget, you can join us this Saturday and every Saturday if you've got a QR code scanner on your device. Give that a scan. That will take you straight to the landing page. The tickets are free. It's just a £2 booking fee. Doors open around about 6:30. And the darts get underway at 7:30. We're on London Road in Portsmouth.
Oscar
Hotel around the corner. Loads of decent restaurants and pubs. You can make a bit of a weekend of it.
The leg is Victor to throw first.
But yeah, if you don't have a QR code scanner, www.dartshop.tv. And whilst you're there, have a look around for some of the
95.
biggest exhibition nights in World Darts around the UK. You can get your tickets for those, or maybe they're an ideal Christmas present, aren't they, for next year? Because all of next year's events are already being listed on dartshop.tv.
Not to mention the fact that it's almost Untouchables season.
Yes.
An exhibition that happens every winter.
Yeah, that's down here in Portsmouth, isn't it?
And you've got Taylor, you've got Barneveld, you've got Dirk van Duijvenbode, Fallon Sherrick, Bobby George, Keegan Brown. And that's just down the road at the Guildhall.
Yeah, I've just seen the Armageddon event advertised for next year because the tickets are
43.
So sought after. That's another great lineup there as well.
90.
Victor is just not getting into this game until now. Has he given Oscar too much of a head start? He was averaging in the high 60s in the first couple of legs. And that's not going to do it against anybody in this group.
30. Victor 136.
Doesn't have to go for the 60s here. Did see a little bit of creativity from him yesterday.
96.
And we definitely saw that kind of ferocity like we saw on Dart 3 there.
Have you got any shows in the diary this year, or is there just no time?
I haven't got enough time.
Same.
Spending all my time in Portsmouth watching these fine fellows.
40.
Double 10. Oh,
no score.
It shouldn't matter.
If he does have a weakness, it's because he does have that late release.
Yeah.
So you've got to be really careful with double 10.
Well, he did it on double 6, didn't he? And straight into the single 10. And that is, you're spot on. That is the drag from his
86.
style.
86. Victor required 40.
The dart is about drag. You've got to have a little bit of drag in the air for the flight to work. And it works this time for 2-1. Somebody said to me yesterday that Oscar Lukasiak is a true Viking. They're exact words.
Yeah, well, that would have, you'd have to look back at his heritage, I suppose, and his genes.
135.
Was he in Levi's?
Pretty sure that was American.
I do believe yesterday we had
45.
Our first all-Swedish game at the MODUS Super Series between these two. Obviously, it wasn't the last because they'll play 3 times in this group. And we do have 2 Swedes in Champions Week already in the shape of Anton Östlund and Andreas Harrison.
100.
And we had a question yesterday from Dean Moss, who's a good friend of ours. We were talking about people who had qualified through Group C.
60.
For Champions Week, we've got 2 players who have qualified through Group C. One of them won the group and Anton did not. But we were talking yesterday about how many people have won Group C going to a Champions Week this year, and it doesn't happen very often at all. And Dean reliably informs me that Victor's nickname, which is Belkin Boy at the minute, he's definitely considering a new name. He was even thinking about going with Victorious with a K. And if you were to read his name and his nickname with the in the middle, he'd be very similar to that of a very famous, or a very old famous designer brand called Victor Victoria. Oh, we said that this could happen, but not this way.
Oh, he split.
62.
I don't mind that play with Victor back on 2-1-5.
I just wonder what he was thinking when he hit the double 9, because he was looking at the top of the board. It's one of those moments where you go, uh-oh.
8.
I think he did the right thing. Oh, no.
Score.
Now we could get stung.
30.
Yeah, and the players do like this shot because you get 2 bites of the cherry at the treble 20. Can still finish with the treble and the ball.
105.
Well, the line was okay, Paul, but again, dragged.
Not so sure that he liked that dot. He really wants to win this game today, doesn't he?
Shot on the 4 flag.
And there's a likelihood that he won't, because he's now 3-1 down, and he did lose 4-3 to Oscar yesterday.
Well, we're going to have to ask
it's Victor to throw
Oscar
first.
If he speaks Old Norse, which is the language of the Vikings.
80.
We've had a message on social media this morning as well from Yanis Mustafayevs of Latvia. He was the first Latvian to play here at the MODUS Super Series. I hope you're well, Yanis. Yanis has reliably informed us that it's not Christmas yet. Based on that game that Dimitri had against Connor Hopkins just now.
180.
Second 180 of the game for Victor. For the week, he's got 8, which I believe is the most.
Well, speaking of Christmas, our producer today and our director later in the week, Phil Bars, has already got the Christmas tree up, I should imagine. That's how much he loves Christmas.
97.
I've already told him the last 2 years that if I see anything on social media of him singing Christmas songs in the car, that there will be repercussions, especially in October.
57.
And that is the end of that.
144.
Well, I do believe that Christmas tree goes up on bonfire night.
Hope not. Wouldn't last long.
128.
This is a good leg from Victor. This is the kind of leg that he needs to find more often.
84.
He did win his first game against Idams.
16.
In the same sort of vein as the other players in round 1.
Game shot.
If he keeps replicating that 13 data, he might have a chance of winning this one 4-3 as well.
Well, as we said, it was 4-3
yesterday. Oscar to throw first. Game on.
I think for a lot of dart players, we never really had Christmas because for so many years, Christmas was just something getting in the way of the World Championships.
It does. It's like a turkey break.
I can remember one year all the European players that were still in the Worlds just stayed at the hotel because it just wasn't worth the risk of doing the travelling.
I don't think I'll ever forget when Michael van Gerwen had Christmas dinner on Christmas Day in a hotel room, which was a steak.
134.
Off a George Foreman grill.
Yeah, I went out for a curry one Christmas day.
Turkey curry?
No, it was chicken.
60.
It was very nice. Well, I'd eat curry on. I'd have curry for breakfast, as you know.
Oh, they do have curry for breakfast in Malaysia. Yeah, they're like the curry for breakfast. Especially a beef rendang.
180.
This match might not be going 4-3 all of a sudden, and he doesn't want to mess with that dart.
A rarity today.
He did the right thing there. As much as he wanted to stay on the 60, moving was the right thing. Even though he's 170 points behind, he still has to watch to see if Oscar can finish it off.
71.
That was a dangerous dart. Drags it low. He hits the 32 there. Then things get a bit iffy.
Yeah, they can get a bit sticky.
Doesn't like the lie of the 20. And considering he's got 180 left, he doesn't want to go anywhere else.
125.
Oh, that was good thinking, wasn't it?
Yeah, especially if the 132, which is a little easier in terms of the finish if he gets a go. Is he going to get a go? He is.
12. Victor require 132.
This would be some way to save the match after Oscar's missed 4 match darts. Has to start on the ball. He doesn't have to. It's just advisable. Is he thinking about this too much? Does he want to beat Oscar too much? Based on the behavioural analysis that
48.
we have conducted over the last couple of days in this fixture, I think he wants to beat Oscar too much. Needs to relax into it. Double one.
No score.
Still alive.
Yeah, he took way
84.
too much time over that first dart, double 2. Treble 20 for double 12 for 3-3. Single 14. Oh, double 11.
Game shot the 6th.
Well, he's pulled one out of the fire there. It is going all the way and replicating yesterday's scoreline. Yesterday,
7th and final leg, it's Victor
it went to Oscar.
Game on.
With throw. Today it's Victor who has the darts. So a possible 28 legs of darts we could have played so far today. We've played all 28.
It's almost the opposite to yesterday, isn't it? We saw a couple of 4-0s. In fact, we saw 3 in a row yesterday from games 4 to 6.
60.
Get comfortable. Get yourself a nice beverage and just watch along to see how this day progresses.
100.
Just wonder how Oscar's feeling right now after missing 7 match darts.
On my last one on Vikings, women who were not married used to wear their hair in braids or long, whilst married women used to wear them in a bun.
No, it's a bit like the Hawaiian thing.
Yeah.
Where they have a flower on a certain ear to say whether you're taken or available.
Correct. It's funny how those traditions spread around the world, even though
54.
they probably wouldn't have even known about each other, but there was the significance of hair.
So what does it say about England at the minute, where you see a lot of women in cycling shorts and Crocs?
I do have an answer, one that's not particularly broadcastable.
43.
I'd probably get cancelled like Andrew Tate.
I can't ignore the fact that Victor
83.
looks more intense in this game than any other.
Absolutely. He's switched on.
It's a bit like a Swedish football rivalry or something. If I knew anything about Swedish football, I'd talk about it, but I don't.
Victor record 164.
Well, he's got 2 visits to get rid of 164. Interesting play there. I sort of get it, but it looked a good light.
Yeah, I think a certain different person might have gone for the 140 there. But you can tell when a player doesn't really like double 12 that they go the 54 route to try and leave the double 16 with the 18 layup.
68.
Thinking about it, can he do it for his second win of the day? You can see that he wants to leave double 16 via the treble 12. He doesn't get it, so it is tops for the match. He needs one dot to kill it. Oscar couldn't do it in 7. That's what that game was all about. Did he put too much pressure on himself? I think he did, but ultimately he does get the result. And he's now on 10 points with Jim Long. Having said that, Jim has got a game in hand. And that will come next against Dmitry Zhukov.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where, well, still every single possible leg has been played. 4 matches, all of them going the distance, 7 legs. And the next one is Jim Long taking on Dmitry Zhukovs. And this one has the potential to go all the way as well. So 28 legs later, we'll resume the action in the company of Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thanks, Chris. And without further ado, we'll get another instalment here of what is probably going to be a 4-3 fest here on Tuesday. But somebody will be hoping that they can extend their arm a little bit as far as the legs are concerned. Dmitry will be smarting from the fact that he lost 4-3 to Connor Hopkins. He didn't play his best darts there at all, whereas Jim didn't play his best against Oscar Lukasiak in game 1, but still got the victory. That shows us a little bit more about Jim, doesn't it?
Yeah, sure does. He has been pretty much what we expected, and that is rock solid.
59.
Long heritage in our sport, of course. The Canadian players, the most successful of them all, of course. JP, John Park, the 3-time world champion. On this day, Nico, a certain Bob Seneve.
60.
Bob was born.
Conceived. Well, yeah, I was going to say conceived, but born. Just rhymed with conceived, that's all.
I've got a Bob Seneve story, actually.
180.
After Dimitri's first 180 of this contest. 2009, I was in the Fox and Fiddle in London, Ontario, funnily enough, where Jim is from.
100.
And this lovely lady comes up to me with glasses on, very, very polite, obviously Canadian. She said, my husband would like to meet you. Okay,
60.
Great. I'd love to meet your husband. Walks over. She said, this is my husband, Bob. And I went cold. I froze. And I just said, you're Bob Seneve, aren't you?
140.
And he'd said, yep. And I couldn't believe it. He was sitting next to Paul Lim. And I'd never met Paul before. I felt like I was in heaven.
Yeah, a prominent player in TV darts throughout the late 70s and up to around about 92.
84.
And then played some PDC stuff. He was playing up to around 2017-18.
Dmitry Zhukov.
And a winner of many of our favourite tournaments with have incredible names. The Buckeye Open, Cleveland Extravaganza, the Indianapolis St. Pat's Open, the Little River Casino Classic, Syracuse Open, PA
140.
Open. Runner-up, of course, in the World Masters to the great Bob Anderson, and that went all the way, as far as my memory recalls.
He also won the Klondike Open on 6 occasions. His first win in 1981. Now, if you go back a little bit further to 1976, the Klondike Open in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, was won by a certain Tommy O'Regan, which leads us to a little bit more darts history, doesn't it, Mace?
Yeah, he had a fascinating career, did Tommy O'Regan. He actually captained England and Ireland because he was one of the very first sort of superstars of darts. Won the indoor league, beating Alan Evans in the final and picking up a huge £150 in prize money. But of course, he lived in London, was a former jockey and a milkman. And of course, there was no Irish darts team then, so he played in the England team and captained it as well. But he was an absolute superstar, was Tommy, and one of the
95
early stars of playing the money racers, which was very popular back in the day. A good friend of Bobby George. I think they were teammates for quite some time.
The race in this game is to 4 legs, as ever.
And how about this? This is when darts, very early days, early 70s, record breakers. He was on that as well. He was a superstar.
Jim Long is a superstar for hitting that, because
Jim Long.
he did run the risk of being 2-0 down, but he is very, very strong at taking a punch in darting terms and responding well. And I suppose the big thing about Jim's performance in round 1 today is that we said that he didn't play his best, because he didn't. He still averaged over 87 and got 4 from 6 on the doubles. And that's the kind of quality you need to win a Group A, winning the games where you don't play your best.
Well, that's the secret to success in this sport, isn't it? It's not about...
35.
Listen, if you're playing at the very top of your game, it takes care of itself. It's all about winning with your B/C game.
A couple more birthdays for today. Just sending it out to our YouTube audience.
Yes, happy birthday, Bob. I haven't seen you for many years, but I hope you're well.
Yes, me too. And Jack Main, of course, who has made a final here at the MODUS Super Series. It's his birthday today. And a long time ago,
Jimmy Ragwan, 170.
my good friend Craig Atts from Australia, trophy maker and very good international dart player from South Australia. It's his birthday today, so many happy returns to Craig.
39.
Is Jim taking charge here and making Dimitri feel a little bit more empty in the fuel tank, because
50.
He let his first game go.
31.
Is he letting slip this second one as well? As Jim is starting to concentrate his energies around that 60 a lot better.
91.
Yeah, he's averaging mid-90s at the moment. Dimitri going along very nicely as we're coming to the end of leg 3, averaging over 92.
80. Jimmy Ragwan, 40. 20. Dimitri Ragwan, 120.
Well, Jim knows that leg should have been done. This one would sting him. Oh, look at that. In perfect order.
Dmitry Zhukov.
This is a nightmare to predict today. Just when you think someone is taking charge of a leg,
fourth leg against Dimitri.
It flips around just like that.
Game on.
Yeah, that was a massive turn for Dimitri. It puts Jim Long on the back foot.
58.
Just been having a look at the back of that shirt once again. If he's got a pocket watch and a top hat,
100.
Isn't he going to be dressed a bit like Mr. Peanut?
60.
He probably knows what I'm talking about, because it is a North American brand.
Was the Mr. Peanut known as the gentleman?
100.
Probably. I think we could be in for another long day. We did say
74.
At the start of the show, Chris Murphy said that yesterday was a long day for different reasons.
Well, it was Long's day.
100.
If you're going to change the name of a day, that's not a bad one to have. After all,
98.
a couple of days' time, and every week, you have a day that's named after Norse mythology. Thor's Day. Thursday is named after Thor, the god of thunder.
I think we're due a bit of that on Thursday, aren't we?
I think we could use it. It's unseasonably warm here. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. I'm looking forward to a little bit of cool air.
96.
I think Jim knows a thing or two about cool air. He hasn't got any hair.
44.
And he's just produced a 120 from absolutely nowhere. This would trump that and some. It's not going to happen, though.
Yeah, his big finish yesterday was a 134, which was very smart. He almost got it backwards. 54 first, then 93. The 60 and double 10.
Jimmy Ragwan, 52.
Yeah, we were both looking at tops.
If Jim misses tops and tens,
42.
Dimitri's in here.
Dimitri requiring 40.
Yeah, uncharacteristically, Jim is just 1 from 6 on the outer ring.
It's a much better game, it has to be said, from Dmitry Zhukov, because you can see that Jim is still at that high 80s level, which gets a lot of points in this group scenario. But Dmitry is averaging 18 more points than his previous game.
Well, we both said yesterday, by Wednesday,
140.
We'll have a running average of around 88, and we still stand by that. And this is another example of why we thought that was going to be his range.
He said yesterday on the stage with myself and Murph that he wasn't sleeping too great, probably to do with jet lag, and that getting to Portsmouth on Sunday night was a bit of a nightmare, and he had to pay a cab company an extortionate fee. One of the benefits of playing Group A is that it finishes around 2:30, and you can go and rest for the rest of the day. If that rest is constructive rest,
140.
you should be fresh for a Tuesday.
Well, what can happen, and I speak from experience, you go back, you speak to friends, family, and then you sort of chill out and often find yourself having a bit of a snooze. And of course, then that leaves you, well, certainly leaves me unable to sleep particularly well at night.
Does that mean there's a benefit to maybe getting up at about 5 in the morning so you can have more time to prepare?
Well, who did we have here last time that just said they just... Oh, it was Alex, wasn't it?
Alex Spellman.
Yeah, and he just said, look, I just stuck to my time.
Double 15.
25.
Now Dimitri's got a match-winning opportunity.
98.
And it could be our first game that doesn't go 7 legs. Averaging just a shade over 90 here. A marked improvement as he goes for double 19. And finishes the game really quickly.
Dmitry Zhukov.
That is a really good performance from Dmitry. And it has to be his best performance of the week, because he's not only beaten Jim Long, he's not only put 80% on the doubles, but it's his best average as well. A really good sign as Dmitry forgets about the snooze button this time and definitely turns up. When we come back, it will be Connor Hopkins and Rennie Idams as they finish off round number 2.
So the trend has come to an end. All of the first 4 matches went all 7 legs until Dmitry Zukov, perhaps with a surprise outcome, a 4-1 win over Jim Long, who's now lost a couple of games in this group, and it may not be the foregone conclusion that we thought it might be. Rennie Idams is at the other end of the table. His only victory actually came in this fixture yesterday against Connor Hopkins, and guiding you through today's darting duel between the pair, it's Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
We're still here, and we're very happy for Dmitry, who's just put in a great performance of the day to average over 92 and find 80% of his doubles to dispatch Jim Long by 4 legs to 1 in his heaviest defeat of the group so far. Now, what is it that you have to do to beat Jim Long here this week? Yeah, it's very clear all of a sudden. You've got to get a match start at double 19 and hit it straight away.
Yeah, both his matches, he's been defeated. It was 95, wasn't it, for Oscar? 98 there for Dmitry, and 59. What was a very good performance, Nico. An average of 92.32 and 80% on the doubles, and it all started with that 120 finish where he shouldn't really have had a pop at it.
119.
Yeah, we've got to be fair, and Jim would admit that he really shouldn't have given Dmitry that shot.
177.
This is an encouraging start from Rennie, isn't it?
From both.
And they played yesterday. It was 4-1 against the darts, which is exactly what we've just seen from Dmitry against Jim. What it was like to see from both players
91
is a heightening of standard, like we've just seen from the previous 2 gentlemen. Just like yesterday, Connor started with a win.
85.
Can he get 2 wins today? And I think, realistically, he would classify that as a good day.
Well, it's very much a term you hear in boxing nowadays, learning on the job. But for Connor, 18 years of age, he is very much learning on the job. Downloading the data.
97.
Information.
56.
Double 12. Oh dear, oh dear.
Too quick. He knows it.
48.
He tried to stay in rhythm with the transition from double 16 to double 12, but the position that you need to throw that shot is very different. You almost have to have a reset.
Well, it's so far away, isn't it? It's not like dropping to the familiar 57 or the closer switch to the 54.
Well, it's not a transition that you'll practice. There are certain transitions that you will practice. Tops to 10s to 5s. 18s to 9s. 12s to 6s to 3s.
58.
If you were to be right in front of me right now and say that I practice double 16 to double 12, I will call you a liar to your face.
Yeah, because the only time you would be in that area is if you decided to go 16 double 12 on 40, and well, who does that? We've seen players here go 8 double 16 on 40.
Yep.
60.
I once considered that myself. Dart players do have relationships with certain doubles, or should we say affinities.
$70.
Do you get the feeling that young Connor is really enjoying this experience so far? He's very much an in-the-moment kind of player. I'll be interested to see where he is in about 4 or 5 years. If he keeps using these darts for 4 or 5 years, they'll still be smooth. That's a nice dart.
Yeah, and that's not. That was just a little lazy, Nico.
Just get the feeling he would benefit from a slightly, and I mean really marginal,
133,
slower rhythm. Just the tiniest bit more patience.
45.
And Connor's got a chance of a 2-0 here. It's an outside shot. But what he needs is the inside of the 25 of the bull.
$60. Rene required 10.
This is a slippery slope for Rene. That's what I was worried about. Because his miss is low.
Game
And he shoulders that one into the double two for 1-1. That was very army. Everything was involved there. Shoulder, upper arm, lower arm, wrist, body.
Yeah, the body, it was coming forward at the point of release.
There was a lot made
60.
of when Phil Taylor lost a lot of weight and how his centre of gravity was probably changed and his balance changed.
Well, the stability changed,
140.
didn't it? It wasn't locked in.
What do you think the difficulty was for Phil in that regard?
58.
Because obviously Rene is someone who's lost a lot of weight. We saw Gabriel Clemens lose a lot of weight during lockdown, but he's put weight back on.
The one thing that it's probably not even thought about is the weight of the throwing arm. Obviously, if you lose weight from everywhere. So you lose weight from your arm, which then, of course, will
45.
affect your feel.
It is difficult to be a touring pro and to take care of yourself. Of that, there is no doubt.
41.
Especially when Phil was doing so many exhibitions.
Yeah, it's just that lifestyle, isn't it? It's unless you have the facility
55.
to cook on the road and take a personal chef with you, then I mean, we are getting to that territory with the amount of money people are earning, but
100.
yeah, it's not easy. It's not a lifestyle you would think that players would have longevity, and
95.
certain players do, certain players don't.
I almost had a personal chef on tour. Every time I stayed in Derby, Debbie Caven would pack us a lunch of vegetables and pasta. Strange that Jamie and I had really good times around then.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's amazing how these coincidences just happen.
56. Going to require 87.
Yeah, no sugar and healthy carbs. Oh, unbelievable. Shock horror.
Oh, that slipped into the 2, so no shot at double from 87 is a mistake at this
31.
level.
132.
And Rennie gets a pop at a 1-3-2, but he finds the centre twice.
160.
That would have got the full O Rennie, that.
Yeah, that's such a pretty shot, isn't it?
He made it look even prettier. Those two bullseyes were
side by side.
Sensational.
Game
However, he loses the leg.
Connor Hopkins.
Connor against the darts. And that's all we're getting right now against the darts.
Fourth leg, it's Connor to throw
More
first.
breaks of throw than he could possibly poke a stick at.
$98.
Young players that have come through Wales in the last few years. Obviously, Jamie Lewis has made semi-final of a World Championship back in 2018, losing out to the great Phil Taylor, of course. Jamie Lewis owns a board, which I believe one year was going to be very, very, very valuable. He got the board from that semi-final, and Phil Taylor signed the back of it 16.5.
Wow.
The only board he ever signed, Phil Taylor, 16.5. And he didn't win number 17 in the next match.
No, Rob Cross halted his progress.
125.
Stopped him from winning a 17th.
Well, Wales has already had great young stars in the past. Some of them have kicked on to great things.
77.
Some of them haven't. I talk about some of the young ladies that they had about 22 years ago. They had one of the greatest international teams
81.
in youth darts and in senior darts at the same time, because Janine Goff and Rhiannon Thomas were both playing at the time.
Yeah, and Leanne Maddox, who was
140.
young player,
98.
male or female, I think I'd ever seen. She won the Women's World Masters and the Youth Masters at the same time, same tournament. She was incredible, hitting big averages even back then.
58.
We could even have a segment here at the MODUS Super Series about whatever happened to.
Yeah. Yeah, we sure could.
Double 10 for Connor.
35.
You think back to that new kids on the hockey.
66.
How many of them have gone on to do great things and how many haven't?
No score.
Rennie. That's a different one. That low delivery. It's been plaguing him the last day and a half.
I thought you were going to break into some French then, Nico.
Shouldn't I say Papa quoi?
1.
I don't know why.
Rennie requires 66.
Most languages I've been to, I do learn the swear words and how to order a beer, but I've been to France once.
Game shot the
my, that's such a steal. After what he did in the previous visit, he won't believe he's got 2-2 now. Whenever he just said that going to France thing, that just reminded me of one of the funniest lines of a movie ever, delivered by the great Steve Carell in Bruce Almighty. I can't even say it on the air. It's so funny. I'll show you it later.
97.
But how is he feeling after taking that 66? Because there's no way he should have had that leg.
No. Wasn't even
59.
in the leg.
I'll give Connor a lot of credit. Even at this early stage of Tuesday, he's lost legs that he should have
60.
won. But he is not getting down on himself.
No.
I think that's been the one thing that has impressed me the most about him. Technically, very sound, looks hungry.
Well, the one thing it is ultimately exhausting is getting emotionally invested.
58.
Because it does. It just mentally destroys you.
$59.
It's always disappointing as a human being to lose. But if you can make peace with it, if it happens,
85.
you do you don't use as much mental broadband. It's as simple as that.
Correct. And the thing is, when you're
58.
you can play through being physically tired, but when you're mentally exhausted and just mentally broke, it's the physical exhaustion seems to be exaggerated.
86.
Connor's done well there to get to 81, but he was somewhat unfortunate not to be on something better.
46. Connie require
It's a happy accident to leave tops. Double 13 this time.
68.
He went the courageous route and just misses out on 3-2 up.
Game shot
this one's in, and Idams hits the front. I make that the first hold of throw in this match.
Seems like it's Connor to throw first.
It is.
I hope you're enjoying your darting fix today.
100.
Darts around the world this week is full of different tournaments. We, however, are always here in Portsmouth.
60.
We hope you can join us here on Saturday night for what will be a very interesting Week 10 finals. We are getting very close to Champions Week. And if you go to dartshop.tv,
43.
you can, at this stage, reserve your Saturday night tickets for Champions Night. You might want to be quick because that is the night that sells out
96.
the quickest. If you're curious as to who has already qualified for that Champions Week and you're wondering who you might see, we've got the likes of Superman Matt Clark,
58.
Mr. P, Darryl Pilgrim, who is still the favourite for the title in this series, alongside Conan Whitehead, the Series 1 champion. He's looking to do what Little has done in winning 2 series. Marino Michels, Rob Grundy, Chris Quantock, and the sole Pole, that is
59.
Sebastian Białecki. And then we've got 2 Swedes in Andreas Harrison and Anton Östlund.
Yeah, it's a seriously busy period at this time of the year. This weekend, the final of the European Tour events in Halle in Hildesheim, Halle 39. And then we go into the Women's Series 21, 22, 23 and 24, and then straight into Players' Championship at Barnsley. I think that's the final time at Barnsley, isn't it?
96.
And then
107.
the big one this month, the European Championships in
51.
Dortmund.
Remember, 191.
ITV Sport, of course.
Adams has got a match-winning chance. He's got the 17, whether he liked it or not. And he has got the 42 and the 32.
Shot on the mat.
Well, it was a bit untidy, but at the end, he does get the 4-2 win. That's a game he could have easily lost. But now, via that win, he joins Connor Hopkins on 4 points in the table. And he does hurdle him in the table because he does have a superior leg difference. A very similar game to what we saw yesterday. They will have their 3rd battle around about this time tomorrow. Dmitry Zhukov and Victor Tingström will take us into round 3 just after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where 2 rounds of fixtures have been completed on Tuesday, and it started with some marathon matches, 4 of them going all 7 legs before a big win for Dmitry Zhukov against Jim Long, and then Rennie Idams getting his 2nd win of the week with that 4-2 success against Connor Hopkins just before the break. And that means that in terms of the league table, well, Jim Long is still top, but joined by Victor Tingström, who could go ahead of him in the next match. He takes on Dmitry Zhukov's, and actually Zhukov's as well, just behind by a couple of points, could leapfrog both players and go at the top of the table on leg difference. So a huge game, and it looks like we are going to have a real race at the top of the league. Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason will describe all the action.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Chris, because This game is very intriguing for league position at the halfway stage of this group. If Dimitri was to get a win, he could go top for now, with Jim Long having a game in hand. That will come in game 9 against Connor Hopkins, and you would fancy Jim to get the win there based on form.
Game on.
But for now, let's focus on who is going to do what, because if Victor wins, he goes top on points. Dimitri, with the right win, can go top with the same points, but the superior leg difference. This is getting very interesting all of a sudden.
Yeah, we thought initially that Jim may
140.
start to run away with it, but we're certainly getting a bit of group separation between top 3 and bottom 3. You would
74.
even at this early stages write off the chances of Rene and Connor from top 3 position.
57.
Mainly due to their leg difference issues, Nico. -11 for Connor, -6 for Rene, and
21.
even on 6 points, Oscar's -6 himself, where the top 3 are on +8, +6, +9.
Yeah, just to emphasize the difference after that all-Swedish game in game 4 between Oscar and Victor. Now the difference in legs only between the two, even though
85.
there's only 4 points between them, the difference in legs is 12. That's like another win.
Yeah, 4-0.
80.
And we have to say that at this point, because
Major
there are people in the practice room right now thinking, how can I possibly position myself before the end of the day? That's how they work. 66 left for DZ.
Should be 16 ball.
I'll just call him Rascal. DZ Rascal.
75.
But he's not a rascal, he's a fireman.
Victor require 124.
He's already had a dart rejected from the board because he slapped against his own barrel. And that means the shot is now rejected.
84. Major require 48.
Double top for Dimitri.
Game shot on the first.
Seems to be finding those doubles with ease at the minute.
Yeah, the finishing continues to be very impressive. Last time out, of course, against Jim Long, he was 4 from 5, including a fabulous 120. A shot he really shouldn't have been getting a go
60.
Considering the start that Dimitri had today as well. Losing to Connor Hopkins, averaging 71. Since then, he really has got his act together, but it's really strange sometimes to see how people
120.
respond to defeat. I'm starting to learn about Dimitri that defeat tends to make him better next time round. I think
40.
Victor's trying to figure out why he can't get all 3 darts to land on the board. See that dart behaviour there? That's why.
Yeah.
The flight's going over the top.
Yeah, it's not straightening
81.
in time, which tells me there's a balance issue with the dart or a release issue. Because the dart will only
81.
should come out of the hand and just have a aerodynamic-like arc to it.
Look at the flight's behaviour there. It's falling
140.
over the top of the stem at the end. If that tips too much,
It slaps the board.
it does.
Or just the point doesn't make contact with the
140.
target area. And if it makes contact with another dart, it's just, as you say, going on the floor. And players with aggressive throws
60.
tend to suffer that because the dart just doesn't have time to level out.
You notice that Dimitri's not having any problems like that because it's going through with a bit more ease.
74.
It's just going through the air cleaner because it's coming out of the hand a little softer and cleaner.
Double 10.
Game shot on the second.
Victor finds his way to 1-1. And if you were going to categorise these two throws with a sound,
The leg gets Dimitri.
For Dimitri, his darts go through the air like this. Nice and easy. Whereas Victor's go through like that. That's the kind of noise they would make through a wind tunnel.
60.
That's how they test cars' aerodynamics.
Exactly that. And the problem is when you don't have a clean release, the dart will actually, for a split second, almost go through the air with the point facing the floor. So, of course, that makes the dart
100.
drag. In turn, makes you feel like you've got to throw it harder to get it to the target area.
140.
And he does throw them very, very hard.
Which is why I speak a lot about the speed of the
59.
back of the backswing and going forward. It's no different to hitting a golf ball. If I try and hit the skin off a golf ball, I'll be lucky to hit it 10 yards. It's timing, isn't it?
44.
Yeah, it's all about timing. Look at some of the best batsmen.
Yeah, they don't look like they're trying to blast it out of the ground, do they?
Not at all. I'm not just talking about batsmen, by the way. I'm talking about anybody with a cricket bat with talent. Some of their most creative and best shots aren't even the ones that they slog over the boundary. They're the ones that they just caress through the covers with timing. Throwing darts is no different. Look at some of the greatest throws of all time. Lowe, Taylor, Barneveld, Bristow, Part. Were any of those people throwing darts really hard? I don't think they were.
Didn't need to. Technique was there. And the thing is, the softer you are, the more control you have, and the more chance of replicating the throw.
Game shot on the
doubling brilliance again from Dmitry Zhukov.
And the average, very, very, very close to where it was against Jim Long. 92-32 on that occasion against Jim, and he's over 90 at the moment.
Are we starting to see here the kind of partner that Maras Razma needs
100.
in that Latvian shirt every summer at the World Cup? Because I think with the skills that Maras has, obviously he's carried Latvian darts on his shoulders for the last few years. But every country needs a bit of chemistry, and they need to back each other up, like the French did
95.
with Jacques Larbe and Thibaut Chacol.
Like the Welsh team. I mean, they've got a connection, and they play as one.
44.
And the greatest teams do the same.
I don't know whether you know it, but you just quoted Gladiator, the movie.
58.
There you go.
As one. When Maximus Decimus Meridius is thrown into the Colosseum with a bunch of strangers. He said he was a general, and he got everybody to be as one with their shields as a greater defense, and then they attacked afterwards. As for here, you're on your own.
Yeah, thrown in on your own.
Make for a really interesting live lounge here in Portsmouth. If we had some tigers thrown in there.
52.
A few wolves.
It's a church, Nico, not a coliseum. not a cage. Next thing, you'll have UFC in here.
164.
It's not the worst idea.
No.
This is a good idea. Tingstrom had a really poor first start in his last visit.
He was
smarting from it a little bit, and he's still got 82 left to equalise.
66.
When you hit the bullseye on that shot,
74.
You genuinely believe there's no way you're going to miss double 16. The fact that he has twice makes him feel sick. What's even worse is that he might lose the leg on double 16. Didn't like that one. First time I've seen him back off a shot.
Game shot.
What a decision it was as well.
Dmitry Zhukov.
Great composure from Dmitry. I'm starting to be really impressed by this guy. His demeanour and his will to win are really coming through.
Yeah, I like that. I like that, and let that be a lesson to you all. If if you're not happy, just step away. There's no rule saying you can't. To just reset. And a perfect example of why sometimes
100.
you should do that. Different if it was a dart right on the wire and you could use it as a guide, but that wasn't the case there.
So in a matter of words, if you're not
100.
happy and you know it, step away.
Yeah, well, you'll see a snooker player get down on the shot, won't you? And they'll just get up and take another look at it and then get down on the shot. Darts is no different.
And if you want to read the line of that putt a little bit more, what you do is you just look at it from all angles and you wait for Joe LaCarver to wave his hat at you.
Didn't do him any good in the end, did it?
No.
78.
I do wonder if he'd ever done that if he was caddying for Tiger, because he did. Yeah, I don't think he would have got away with it if Tiger was in town.
No.
Or Fred Couples, who he caddied for in the 90s.
No, neither were a fan of those kind of
123.
I don't think the Ryder Cup sometimes brings the best out of people. Look at 1991 at Kiowa Island. The behaviour between Europe and the United States back then, it's largely forgotten. It was visceral.
Well, as a majority,
41.
darts is very good in terms of etiquette, isn't it, overall?
Yeah, we had some feisty groups last week, but everybody left on good terms.
125.
These two might go different ways in the next 3 darts, because Dimitri's got a chance at 129. And this would be to finish his second consecutive game by 4 legs to 1.
$57.
Victor has double 18 to take it close.
Victor
No games
36.
today. Being 1-0 means that everybody is on a more even keel.
Games on the 5th
Really
leg.
good.
Victor
Really,
Tingsborough.
really good. Break of throw for Victor. Still hasn't faced a match dart. That's what this game's all about. Just stop
Six
your
legged
opponent
Victor
getting
to
match
throw
shots.
first. Game on.
He wants to be about as clinical as his haircut. He just went into the barbers and said, I'll have the Mike de Decker,
58.
please. And I want my parting done with a laser.
That was rather interesting from Kim Hybritz regarding who he'd rather play
100.
World Cup darts with. He completely discounted playing with Mike de Decker.
Is that a fact?
Yeah.
140.
Does he want to play with his brother Ronnie again? He's played with a few partners in World Cup history, hasn't he? He's played with Ronnie and Kurt van der Eyck.
Well, when you
Dimitri
think
van den Berg.
how volatile the pairing was of himself and Dimitri, I find that quite interesting. Doesn't believe there's any chemistry at all with Mike de Decker, who I'm, as you know, I'm a huge fan of.
Let's be frank, and I'm not saying this because I have had in the past World Cup history with Kim, but if we take a slight diversion to it, who's to say he's in the team next year? It might be Dimitri and Mike.
140.
So that's motivation for him.
Yep.
The motivation for Victor is to take this to like 7.
92.
And that's a great last start.
Victor for 110.
You would think if Victor doesn't take the 110, Dimitri will get a dart at the ball, where he's had very little success. And there's that drag dart again, Nico.
There's a long way between the treble and that dart. Again, he leaves himself in position. I've got to give him credit for that. But it's ball first. And tops
shot
after.
on the match.
Talk about a crescendo to that one. A little bit of flair from Dmitry Zukov. Fantastic stuff from him, as he averages just shy of 88. But the finish at the end, bravo, we say. He was brilliant on the finishing in that game and the previous game. He really has got his doubling boots on today, hasn't he? And Victor Tingström is defeated in that one by 4 legs to 2. Thanks for joining us once again. And this time we have a very bespectacled game between our two here in Rene Idams and Oskar Lukasiak. This is our middle game of the day, like it was yesterday. Our referee is also bespectacled in Owen Binks. So glasses on, everybody.
First leg, it's Oskar to throw first. Game on.
4-2 to Dmitry Zhukov in the previous game. And now that takes him to the top of the table. 10 points and a leg difference of plus 10. This is the kind of position that you think, okay, now I'm a contender. Jim Long has got a game in hand, and he's going to have to win that to retake
40.
that top position now. But we've got 3 players on 10 points, Mace.
Yeah,
we have a bit of a cabal at the top.
And that game is against Connor Hopkins, who, with all due respect at the moment, it looks like Jim Long will take the 2 points in that one. This one yesterday went all the way, like the majority of our matches so far today. It went to Oskar 4-3 with throw.
77.
For everybody tuning in on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel today, thank you for your company. If you are tuning in for the first time, please remember to subscribe and hit that notification bell to make sure that you don't miss any action in the future. And if you're on the road or on your way somewhere watching us on a smart device, let us know where you're off to. You don't have to miss a dart. And remember that our social channels do have additional content on there for the odd giggle,
60.
The odd bit of education. And you don't have to miss any of the big shots and the big stories here from Portsmouth.
Yep, at MSS Darts, all one word, Facebook,
Instagram,
Twitter, TikTok, or should I say X/Twitter? It's always going to be Twitter, isn't it?
We all thought the name Twitter was a little bit silly at the start.
95.
Now it doesn't seem silly at all.
Very generational, X.
134.
You've actually seen the name of some of Elon Musk's children.
I have, yes.
Very interesting.
Well, very few people will call them by those names. I'm sure it'll be Sir from their staff.
Oskar Lukasiak.
That's a good start there from Oskar. Solid 18 darter. There needs to be a bit more of that behaviour from some of these players.
Yeah, well, this is at that point yesterday where Oskar started to not only look more comfortable, but certainly play at a much higher level.
You could say that if Oskar keeps this going, at the end of the game, I could be saying, bravo, Oskar.
Like it.
Are you up on the old language of the letters? Alpha, Bravo, all that kind of stuff?
I do know one, but of course, yet again, it's something that can't be.
59.
Foxtrot, Oscar, I'll stop there.
I don't know many Swedish words. I wasn't taught
whiskey,
many.
I like that one.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I spent a bit of time with Magnus Karras. And my good friend Pa Rienen from Sweden over the course of years.
Nice guy.
And I remember the year that I played pairs with Pa in Canada. That was the same year I played Jim Long in the blind singles. You reminded me of that yesterday. But they didn't teach me many words in Swedish when I was spending time with them. They just taught me how to say Sweden properly in Swedish, which is svenska.
59.
And they taught me one other word, which I can't tell you.
$58.
Do you get the feeling that Rene is constantly frustrated by these low darts, but he doesn't know how to fix it?
Yeah. And again, with darts, it more often is the opposite of what you think. You try and get them higher, you throw them harder. Doesn't work.
Throw them softer.
98.
Make the dart
Oscar
more
require
aerodynamic.
170.
Less effort required.
We are talking about a game of millimeters. Sometimes it doesn't require too much change.
105.
All of a sudden,
Running record 140.
today we've seen a lot more consistency from Oscar Lukasiak, which is encouraging for the rest of the week, because if he continually improves,
39.
he might even do what Anton Östlund did.
Oscar requires
Because Anton
65.
didn't have a great Group A. He had a much improved Group C. And he ended up winning on the Saturday. Double 10.
Game shot
2-0
the
Oscar.
second leg. Oscar Lukasiak.
Do you know what Anton said to me when he was in Hungary at the Hungarian Darts Trophy after winning his week here?
The leg it's Oscar
He said,
to throw
tell me how
first.
Andreas is getting on Saturday night, because I want another Swede in Champions Week. Right now, there's probably 2 Swedes watching this thinking, we'd love a third.
Absolutely.
Well, if we get a third
100.
Swede in Champions Week, then the dare has to be laid down that most of the crew have got to dress as ABBA on Halloween.
42.
Get the flares out. We'll all have to go through Waterloo Station.
Well, I was going to do a disco themed night, and I suggested to Charlotte that all the bar staff will all dress with, flares, the collars, the lot.
55.
I won't tell you what the response was.
It was negative?
Yeah.
57.
That era was brilliant, apparently. I was born in 79, so I didn't experience much of it. Great pop music, great disco music.
Remember that Soul Train? Where they all come dancing down the... Yeah.
56.
Yeah, they had some great acts on there. Gladys Knight and the Pips, Marvin Gaye. Great stuff.
96.
Interesting tattoo that René's got on his elbow. That star. I bet that was painful.
Yeah, that would have smarted right in the middle. Skin's thin there.
100.
Judging by what he's going through in this group, I hope he's got a very thick skin.
59.
He might be 3-0 down. From this position, he really should be. He's a big lad, is Oscar. I'll tell you what,
60.
you wouldn't want to run into him at pace.
You'd stop. Eat, sleep, darts, repeat. I like it.
Notice how he got it in English as well.
96. Oscar require 130.
Just more of what we said yesterday about nicknames in English.
Some of them, though, just don't translate, do they?
And it probably would have cost him a lot more if it was in German.
41. René require 151. 57.
Our colleague referred
Oscar
to
require 89.
Tuesday as moving day, but we don't often see too much movement in the table, but we're certainly seeing some today, Nico.
Oh, we just. What could we possibly get at the end of this game? Because Oscar's got a very worrisome leg difference.
40.
He is gradually fixing it.
Yeah, he can take a big lump out of that in this one if he can turn a 2-0 lead into a 4-0 win, and he will be back
54.
at 49, 17
Oscar
for number
required
16. I
49.
would have thought.
He's looking down, so it is going to be a 17. Double 16 for 3-0.
33.
Threw that with some vigour,
René require 40.
but not in the right colour. Is this one?
Game shot on the
Yes,
third
it is.
leg.
Clinging
René
on
Idan.
by his fingernails.
Yeah, the break back on throw.
Fourth leg, it's René to throw first.
If Oscar does get the win in this one, which is still more likely than René doing it, because he does have the darts in the odd-numbered legs, we could be seeing Oscar on 8 points 2 points behind the top
59.
3. So if you thought that this was going to be a canter job for somebody here in this group, think again. Or is the second half of play today going to tell a different story into Wednesday?
100.
It's pretty topsy-turvy at the minute.
$81.
I have a feeling, Paul, that come this time tomorrow, we'll be looking at leg difference to see who maybe gets the final spot in Group B, which, if you don't win this Group A, imperative really that
100.
you make it into Group B, because that's played on a Thursday and Friday night from 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV and our YouTube channel. But it's only a 5-player field, and the top 3 progress
140.
from 5, where Group C, it's 2 from 6, and that's played Thursday and Friday afternoon from 1 p.m. on our YouTube channel. We're joined by our friends at Sporty Stuff from 3.
60.
Do you know when we have that shot where it pans out from the MODUS Super Series to the players? Do you know what it reminds me of? I call that shot Button Moon Cam. Do you remember Button Moon from the 80s?
180.
We're off to Button Moon to follow Mr. Spoon. And it reminds me of that. Round about the time when ABBA were good.
Have you ever been to a psychiatrist, Nico?
I thought you were just about to ask me if I'd been to Button Moon.
100.
I daren't.
41.
Double 16.
9.
Oh, the path of that one was so good, but it just ran out of pace.
141.
Not this time for the 141. Oscar might be reeled in here. Worst case scenario,
32.
he maintains the advantage of throw. Best case scenario, he gets a look at what Rene's got.
$16.
Best case scenario, anybody?
That's been the story of his couple of days so far, isn't it?
Ordinarily, Rene is very good at keeping his emotions inside so he doesn't show them to his opponent, but at the minute he just can't understand why he's 3-1 down.
Well, there's nothing more. Listen, if you get outplayed and you don't get opportunities, you just sort of accept it. But when you're getting opportunities, it's very hard to take.
He's had 7 darts at a double and hit 1. Oscar's had 9 and hit 3. It's a very fair reflection, but it really should be 2-2.
100.
Any player at this level who misses 3 clean darts at a primary double, like tops or double 16, will not be a happy bunny.
83.
What kind of pet do you think Oscar's got? What does he strike you as the kind of guy? What kind of pet would he have back in Sweden?
100.
A mastiff.
So he looks like a big dog kind of guy. He's not going to have a pet minotaur.
He's not going to have a chihuahua, is he?
140.
Sat in his top pocket. One of them teacup ones.
I reckon Rene has probably got an iguana or something. You know, something exotic.
Could have one of my favourite breed of cats, a Norwegian forest cat, which is very similar to a Maine Coon.
Is that the one with the really long tail?
41.
Yeah. Big cats. Second biggest domestic cat you can have in the UK.
140.
I like how you put in the UK on it.
Well, yeah, because you can have those savannas and servals in other parts of the world.
The ones with the big ears.
Mm-hmm.
$60. Whenever 138.
I wouldn't be surprised if Oscar's got a pet horse that he rides with a big hammer on it.
Well, Barzy will be able to get
98.
a reindeer. Probably connected to Santa's sleigh. Well, Chris Rea's
100. Whenever
recently been in concert in Wales. With the new speed limits, he's just about to start
Game shot
driving
the
home for
fifth leg.
Christmas.
Renee Idams. Super League, it's Renee to throw first. Game on.
Oh, that one caught me off guard.
You're welcome.
Where's he right now? On the beach?
41.
He's from Middlesbrough, isn't he? Chris Rea?
He is, yeah. Massive fan of Ferraris. I actually met him at Castle Coot once.
It's amazing to me that he's never won Rea of the Year.
95.
We don't have an awards here at the MODUS Super Series, but we might have one at the end of the year
140.
to see who's had Performance of the Year. Maybe Player of the Year would go to Luke Littler with his 2 series wins and various accolades. But what we have...
Finish of the year?
140.
Got to be Jared, hasn't it?
Jared's 160. It was rather good.
Performance of the
60.
year? Darryl Pilgrim.
Pilgrim, yeah. 122.69, I think it was. I did say at the beginning of the season, I thought that the 120 barrier would be broken. That was somewhat hopeful.
Funniest moment of the year, Richard North. With the...
84.
Did he hit 26 or something like that? Was it against... I think it was against... Was it against Steve West or Luke Littler?
60.
We do have the odd funny moments
Or
here.
John Worsley celebrating the 9-darter in practice.
That was good. It did look so out of place until you knew what had actually happened. That would have been the craziest way to put your opponent off before a match starts.
Or Paul Inks'
100.
127 in game. Or Boogard.
We did give it the full attention last week when Patrick was here.
100. I was going to require 82.
82 for the win then. And Rennie Idams has been clinging on all game long. $17 for tops. To get this one done in 5 visits.
42. Renee require 100.
Or are we going the distance? Thinks about this one a little bit.
80.
Just misses out.
Oscar
Just missed out
require
on a vital
40.
double 16 earlier in the match. And double 10 denies him there as Oscar looks to go to 8 points in the table. 2 points behind the trio at the top.
Game
And the last
shot
star
and
gets
the
it done.
match.
So the middle match of the
Lukasiak.
day is won by Oscar Lukasiak. And for the day, that's his first win. So they really are sharing out the points today. But the most important thing is that Oscar wins that by 2 legs and consolidates his position in 4th with 8 points and -4. And Jim Long has got a game in hand on everybody, apart from Connor Hopkins, who he will play in the next game.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 9 coming straight at you now. And if you like games to go long, well, you're in the right place because many of our games have gone long today. But if you like to hop through things, stick with Connor. This one could be very interesting for the table because this game in hand that Jim Long has over Victor Tingstrom, Dmitry Zhukov, who is currently top of the table, and Oscar Lukasiak, who is 2 points behind him,
first. Game on.
could signify just how close things will be with 2 rounds to go. So over to you, Connor, at this early stage of your Super Series career.
125.
Can you cause problems for Jim Long?
Well, he didn't yesterday. It was a very, very good performance yesterday
81.
from Jim against Connor. 100.20, the highest average, but every element of his game in that match was very, very tidy. 4 out of 4 on the doubles. Connor himself
95.
averaged 86.04, his highest numbers so far. He was 1 out of 1 on the doubles, and that was the back of a 117 checkout. But we're seeing a
41.
slightly different version of Jim Long today so far.
Does have a tendency sometimes to drag that dart to his left.
Well, because he's walking.
That, and I think that elbow position just gets a little bit too far on the inside.
For sure. And it comes around, doesn't it? It's very much
99.
sort of like throwing a curve,
156.
you know, like a curve ball, isn't it?
Just look at that elbow position in relation to his hand. It's not vertical.
95.
It's actually the elbow that is to his left. He's throwing across the line towards the 5. And like Chris says, because he's walking as well, that overemphasizes everything else.
61.
Yeah, because the body position changes. I like that, though. We were talking about that earlier, Nico. The
41.
21 tops on 61.
Yeah, I think even if you don't like tops, it's not a bad route because, like I always say, you want to be leaving primary doubles like 18, 16 and tops. And by not going bull, you are going to be leaving a primary double. Get the 25 and you leave double 18, but it's always a risk. As was...
Well, how often do you see the ball being nailed?
100.
You don't want it, but you hit it. Ultimately, that's what you're aiming at.
Stay on the 60 here. Yep. He did this time. Earlier on today, he went for tops. He decided to go the different route this time. I still think it was the right play. Just drag the dart to his left.
Gonna require 4.
This is what we like to call Desmond. This is what we call the madhouse.
Game shot on the first.
Well, he couldn't go any further. That was the end of the road, double 1, and he gets it. Gives his brow a wipe.
So like it's Jim to throw first.
As if to say, phew, I got away with that one in the end.
He'd like a few more legs. Strangely.
60.
I'm not writing Connor off just yet because if he beats Jim here, he's only 4 points behind the top spot. However, his leg difference is drastically behind.
96.
He's 20 legs currently in a live sense behind Dmitry. 20.
Yeah, Dimitri plus 10, Connor minus 10.
20 legs is the equivalent of
121.
more than 2 games. So maybe that's one of the reasons why we haven't really talked about him getting towards the top of the table. But it's about points first. It's very much a pushing motion, isn't it? A little bit of a shuffle towards the front. 41. Not so much a walk on dart 3, but that forward motion is there. It's the same with any ballistic device. If you try and thrust something
85.
forward with energy, you have to physically try and stop yourself from moving forward as well.
Yeah. But if you're falling forward on that last dart,
59.
then that tells me that you've got a bit of a late release because the momentum's taking you forward.
Yeah, you've got to throw up.
69.
I felt like it many times up there, Nico.
In a sense. Because if you don't throw the dart upwards, the dart is going to go short.
140.
It's just basic gravity.
55.
I'm surprised
43.
that didn't go, Nico, because it
Give me a
would have
quiet
ended on
80.
double 19.
Yeah, good point. There's time, yes. Another single for tops for Jim. Just to tidy things up a bit.
Game shown the
Yeah, that's
second
pretty
leg.
tidy.
Jim Long.
If Jim was a pirate, would it be
The
called
leg it's
Long
Connor to
Jim?
reverse. Game on.
Long Jim Long. Sounds like someone from Korea.
41.
He spoke with us yesterday about an individual.
I thought you were going to say Kim. Then I was going to say, whoa.
45.
Go on, Nico. You have sort of...
I think only Dennis Rodman's got his phone number. But he spoke to us yesterday about an individual who has written some literature about
43.
doubling and darts on the hole. Very, very extensive research. And we were going to talk about it today, but what we've decided to do, because the research is so extensive, we're going to sit and talk about it and read through it.
Yeah, we want to be able to show
100.
you examples of what's been written and why. It's very much an in-depth look at the
174.
correct way to go, playing percentages, determining whether a treble 20 is the right shot, a ball's the right shot on a combination finish. For example,
60.
if you want 121, probably going for the treble 14 mathematically is sometimes the better option. It was something that Bobby George
24.
actually put to me many, many decades ago now.
It's the old window of opportunity shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Think about it. Single 11 leaves a finish.
125.
Treble 11 leaves a finish. Treble 14 leaves a finish. Single 14 leaves a finish.
Yeah, so it's a big target area. And interestingly,
46.
when your opponent's not on a finish like 118, if he's on a finish or she's on a finish, treble 20 is the right shot. If not, treble 18 is the right shot.
60.
We've been having the debate on the 118 for years. And there are people out there who are vehement in their analysis of the 118.
133.
He's hitting the treble 19 superbly in this leg so far. That's his fourth treble 19. Is it all in vain?
71. Going to require 40.
Playing well in this game. The timing is good. How's the double 10?
Game's on the third leg.
2-1
Connor
lead.
Hopkins.
Well, there are people in the practice room right now who are thinking, come on, Connor, just do us a favour and Keep him honest.
Jim to throw first.
Restrict him to 1 victory out of 3 today.
Yes, and back to that book that has been written. We will be filming something over the next couple of days to give you a much better look and insight. And the actual gentleman that has written that book will be over in December, won't he? And we're going to, again, sit down with him and
121.
or whoever is on duty in comms and presenting, and then we'll speak to the man himself and dive a little deeper.
A lot of Canadians
180.
come over to Portsmouth for this. Most of them have been players. But if we're getting people coming
56.
to Portsmouth to watch, that's a new one on me. Just goes to show the reach of this particular tournament now. I think the longest journey so far
60.
still belongs to Ben Robb.
Yeah, and congratulations to him as well.
Absolutely. Qualified for Alexandra Palace again. And if the powers that be are listening,
44.
week before Christmas, I would put Ben in because he was a real hit last year.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of players in that week who will double up and use it very much as
121.
great preparation for that World Championships.
It was great preparation for Raymond Smith. I know he lost in the first round
81.
to Karel Sedlacek,
You
but
require 57.
just think about what he did here. Won his week, came back and won the series. It's Jim winning this 4th leg.
17.
Just pause on that for a second. Keep looking at that pocket watch on the back of his shirt. You know, does anybody have a pocket watch anymore?
64.
Beautiful things.
You require 40.
I did see one at a shop window a couple of weeks ago. I was tempted to buy it, but it was way out of my
Change on
price
the
range.
4th leg. Jim
And by
Long.
the way, the friend of Jim Long who wrote that book, Charles Felver. Those of you in Canada, I'm sure will already be aware of that name. And it is beautifully written. We had a look through it this morning. Fascinating stuff.
I wonder if he likes Charles, Charlie or Chuck.
135.
It's one of my... I love Chuck Puelo. What a name that is for a dart player.
He's from the States, isn't he?
He is.
139.
And he's a copper.
Is he?
He is.
But they're called something different over there, aren't they?
55.
Law enforcement officers. They're called Mounties, aren't they,
Yeah.
100.
in Canada?
$95.
He's doing a pretty good job of getting himself almost a dart in front here, Connor. Just going about his business. Gaining a bit of experience here against a very seasoned
95.
campaigner. This experience for him is invaluable for his development over the next couple of years. Splendid darts.
180. Jimmy Rock 167.
His first 180 of the game comes at such a great time. And now he gets a look at double 18 for a 3-2 lead.
59.
Jim Long has been put through the
36.
mill today. Nothing is coming easy. But he could make things easier on
28.
himself.
Jimmy Rock 108.
He takes full advantage of that mistake from Connor. He's got the 19s. He's got the
Game shot in
32.
the 5th leg.
And he now
Jim
has the
Long.
throw. The only person to blame, we have to say, for losing that 5th leg
Fifth leg is Jim
is
to
the
throw
other guy in the
first.
black shirt
Game on.
because he did everything right to get to 36. That's just one of those things that you have to learn. When you've left that double, you must take it.
100.
You just wonder if that's going to affect the rest of his match. missing that chance.
100.
He doesn't strike me as the kind of player that is going to take something on the chin and whinge about it. He's just going to move on and try his best at the next challenge, which is this leg here. If he loses it, he'll have to settle for 1 win from 3, just like yesterday.
$83. 60.
Is there another twist to this one? Connor pretty much can steal the darts here and take us to a decider where
57.
He would have the throw, of course. Do you know where the term copper come from for a policeman?
I actually don't.
Or a police person, whatever they're referred to as nowadays?
100.
No? Well, originally derived from a word caper, which means to capture.
Not the things that you put on fish.
100.
I think it's spelled the same. The Americans think it was in New York in very, very early times.
100.
Because of the buttons they wore on their uniforms, but. Oh.
136.
Very nearly a spectacular save.
Well, Jim's got 86 to finish the job. Now he's only got 32.
70.
Ooh, Jim. Thickness of the wire away with dart 2. Couldn't make the smallest of adjustments, so 1 for double 12. Oh dear.
19.
That is something
it requires
that
16.
we are starting to notice. Doubles at opportune moments have been missed by Connor. He can barely see that double 8 now. Look at that. But look at his ability to find the bottom half of it.
Jim Long.
That could be a very valuable 2 points that Jim Long has just amassed there, because that re-establishes a 2-point cushion at the top of the table, and he does improve to plus 11 on leg difference, which is 1 ahead of Dmitry Zhukov. You can see that Jim had to work very hard for that victory, but he does win it by 4 legs to 2. Welcome back. We have a Nordic and Baltic match for you here to start our next round of play. As Oscar will have the darts against Dimitri now. And this could bunch our table up even more, this one, if Oscar's got anything to do about it. Moving day on Tuesday has delivered plenty.
Game on.
We've just seen Jim Long get to 12 points over Connor Hopkins. And if Oscar was to find a win in this one, we'd have 3 players on 10 points and Jim on 12. And we'd be none the wiser as to who wins Group A past the halfway point.
Yeah, and despite Jim being far from his best, he's still managing to find a way to pick up wins.
43.
Best we've had so far, of course, is an average that Jim produced yesterday, 100.20 in a 4 out of 4 100% display on the doubles. No one's really
82.
came close to anything like that. Jim's second best average, 94.94. We have had a 96.32 from Victor. But today, it's been a bit of a struggle for all of the players. In fact, the highest average so far today is from Dimitri, a 92.32, where he was 80% on the doubles and had a finish of 120.
Overall, his doubles have been
158.
pretty good indeed, apart from his first game, which he lost to Connor by 4 legs to 3. He missed 10 darts a double in that match, but that hasn't happened since. So that's a warning sign for Oscar.
60.
Don't give Dimitri too many chances, otherwise...
Yeah, his doubling today has been superb, hasn't it? He'll certainly be up on
59.
in terms of percentage today than
98.
he was yesterday.
And that's something we will digress over tomorrow morning as we compare Monday to Tuesday as a whole. 98 is a finish that we've seen from Dimitri today to beat Jim Long.
86.
It's not a finish to give Oscar the 1-0 lead just yet.
37.
Well, most right-handers like double 6 because of its position. It carries less risk than double 11, being a vertical double. But sometimes it does carry some risk. Oscar obviously wants to go back to double 6 instead of leaving double 2.
87.
Or having a go at double 3, which was an option. Still double 6.
Game
he gets it this time.
Leg. Oscar Lucazia.
20 darts enough for the first leg. Now, yesterday, we had a little segment on our show.
Second leg is Dimitri to
things you didn't know about Sweden. How about things you didn't know about Latvia? Did you know that Latvia has the world's oldest flag?
98.
No, I didn't. But Ruben, my missus' little boy, he would have been able to tell you that because he's mad about flags.
Yeah, the Latvian flag is considered 45. By many to be the oldest national flag in the world to still be used. Although it was changed at one point, but reinstated in 1990 for obvious reasons. They're big into ice hockey, as are many countries in that part of the world, including Sweden. And there are more women in Latvia than men.
125.
Did you also know the Latvians invented jeans with your Levi mention a little earlier?
That's so random.
Bit of a segue across, I know.
So random.
And very much like me, Latvians have a close relationship with beer.
As do most countries in this part of the world. And some countries take it so seriously, especially around this time of year in Germany with Oktoberfest.
58.
I think beer as a relationship to humans has gone back thousands of years.
For sure. Well, we know the Dutch are the tallest race in the world.
134.
Latvian women are the tallest women in the world.
So in that case, they must have a great rowing team.
It's probably why there's more of them than men. I don't know.
100. Oscar require 139.
Well, all the Latvian men that I've ever met are all really tall. That'll do very nicely.
Require 120.
If Dimitri doesn't take a second 120 of the day. What a lie, though. He just overshoots it.
60.
Sometimes you're better off undershooting that shot and letting the flight catch it to let it skid into the 60.
Game shot.
Look at that. Take a picture of it right in the middle.
Yeah, that couldn't have been any more plumb. And one last one on Latvia.
Delegates Oscar to throw
Half
first.
of it is
game on.
Covered in trees or forest, whichever you...
I like trees. Good for you.
They are. Without them, we'd be dead.
Correct. So stop cutting them down.
I know.
60.
Did I just go all Bono on you there? I went all political. Next thing you know, I'll be getting T-shirts made.
100.
Save the planet.
Always makes me laugh when I think about protests and the most unlikely protests you'll ever see. I watched it on a comedy program once, and the sign said, "No more protests."
I love that.
58.
Help me, I'm trapped in a sign-making factory. Everybody needs a good laugh these days. It's a competitive world and sometimes a bit of a cruel world. So let's all have a
44.
jolly Tuesday together, shall we?
Best medicine, mate. Better laughed it.
Couldn't agree more. And the best thing about this format is
57.
You not only got some great people in that practice room, but you go out there, you can be competitive for 15 to 20 minutes, and then you can just take it on the chin and move on to the next game. It's not the same cutthroat format that you get on finals night.
Well, that's why it's been such a great learning curve for the young players. I think that's why they've benefited so much. I think that's why we've had so many go on and ultimately improve
100.
or get tour cards or go well on challenge and development tours.
Okay, so with that, with the knowledge that we have from 2023, the series that we've seen, I want you to give me, in the next leg, 2 names of people who have played here this year who you genuinely feel have got a great shot at getting a tour card.
Well, I can give you 2 straight away. Owen Bates and Cam Crabtree of the real younger, of a real younger sample of players that I think have made massive strides and progression so far this year.
And we will see Crabtree on Thursday.
52.
We don't see a 3-0 lead yet, but what a chance 48. That was for Oscar. His leg difference is the worst of the 4 at the top. And he's been
32.
given another opportunity to improve it.
Required 20.
Before this game began, he was -4. He's now 3-0 up. And if he was to get the 4-0 victory here with a second break, he wouldn't only just improve his leg difference, he would really stop Dimitri in his charge for the top again, because at +10, he would be demoted to +6. the complexion of
30.
today's play has been one of unpredictability, but it's thrown chaos into the table.
Well, their nightmare is our entertainment.
That's why people like horror movies.
I think
60.
players that have already had cards, but we've seen a lot of this year, that I think also will pretty much as nailed
42.
on as can be for getting tour cards back. Kist, of course. Henderson, Bolton. Conan, Whitehead.
Yeah, that race for that second tour card.
Daryl Pilgrim's progression this year, and while he's been playing in the Super Series, has been remarkable.
And the fact that he's had Pro Tour experience as well has just made him even more hungry. And we're talking about a player in Pilgrim who's got records here.
33.
And he hasn't got a series win. He has a crack at it at the end of the month and into early November. But for a lot of players here in Series 5, it might be their last chance to get one.
Dom Taylor,
90.
another name I was very impressed with here at the Super Series. Alex Spellman, which the first time I took a look at him up close was here at the Super Series outside of watching on the CDC. I think he's going to be very tough to stop in terms of getting a card. I think when you see them multiple times, you learn so much. And in return, they're also
100.
learning. While they're earning.
And whilst you've got some players being promoted to the Pro Tour over the next few months, you've got other people who are demoted.
Let's give 151.
And they would make their way here for our entertainment. That's a lovely dart.
So's that.
119.
What will the next one do? We haven't had a 4-0 all day. And if you'd have said to me that Oscar would have a crack at 4-0 here, I'm not sure I would have believed you.
Well, it's a complete reversal of the result yesterday, Paul, because Dimitri won this tie full zip. And Oscar has the opportunity here to repay, and he's done just that with
Oscar Lucazia
finding double 16 with his first start, an average of 83.5, 4 out of 11 on the doubles. The sole 180 in the match went the way of Oscar, and he picks up the 2 points and moves on to 10 points. We now have Jim Long on 12, Dimitri, Victor, and now Oscar all on 10 points. When we come back, Victor will be taking on Connor. Well, here we go. Another match follows the
First leg,
last
it's
match
Victor to throw first.
that was
Game
4-0. Yesterday, Victor won this tie 4-0. Can Connor do what Oscar did in the last one and reverse that result?
100.
Well, Nico, we did what we didn't know about Latvia. Well, there's one thing that I think I know that you might not
89.
know about things we don't know about Wales.
Well, it sounds like that old, right? I know something you don't know, doodah.
45.
Wales has more castles per square mile than anywhere else in the world.
More sheep as well. And that's true.
Yep.
42.
I'm going to trump you. I know I'm not going to put a blonde wig on you and make you turn orange. The world's first £1 million cheque was written in Cardiff at the Coal Exchange. So there you go.
Yeah, that's a beauty. Did you know there's a...
180.
Did you know there's a Welsh town which is twinned with Timbuktu in Mali?
57.
Nice. Not many people know that Timbuktu's in Mali. Do you know how many world champions they've got at darts?
134.
Don't forget one. They'll never forgive you. I did it once and I was cursing myself.
Who did you forget?
180.
Ooh,
Connie
yeah.
McCoy, 56.
Well, the first ever world champion was Welsh, of course. Leighton Rees,
16.
the late great Leighton.
Victor requires 64.
Do you know how many world champions there are out
Games
there?
on the first leg. Victor
Well,
Tingstrom.
It's 5. In order, Rees, Burnett, Webster,
Second Connor to throw first. Game on.
Warren, and Price. Not including World Masters, of course. That's a very different
100.
question.
Or World Cups.
And they've got plenty of those. No world champions from Sweden, though. Not in a
100.
World Darts Championship sense.
Well, you know that place in Anglesey, the one that ends in Gochochoch, that one?
Yes, that one.
Well, believe it or not, that's actually
57.
not the longest name of a place in the world. It's the second longest name.
Where's the longest?
95.
We will find out for you.
And did you know Mount Everest was named after a Welshman? George Everest.
100.
It's not a
Well,
bad thing
Sir
to put.
George.
It's not a bad thing to put on your tombstone. And by the way, that big mountain was named after me.
Well, as
60.
Connor got a bit of a mountain to climb here. Finds himself 1-0 down.
We are starting to see a great deal of distance between the top 4 and the bottom 2.
Yeah, there's serious separation now.
100.
So the pressure really is on the people who are playing the bottom 2, and the pressure's on Tingstrom here. Wins and he goes to 12 points. Lose, stays at 10. Still within striking distance, but again, if you're the first out of the trap in the round of play...
Well, especially for Victor, Paul, because he still has Jim Long to play. So a win here, a win over Jim, and he goes to the overnight leader.
50.
What is it about people going for treble 14 on 70 these days? It's becoming a bit more common.
I suppose the switch, it's close.
Game shot
The other two variables, 54 to double 8. Good bit of distance between that. Treble 10 to tops, more distance between that.
And we're talking about open targets again. Because treble 10 is becoming
Game on.
way less used than before.
Yeah, because of the single 20 as a blocker for the double tops, unless you're a Darryl Gurney or a Luke Littler who have the ability to throw a flatty. Who thought that would be a thing?
I thought it was a gimmick. Now it's a legitimate
100.
play. It's like a Philly special in the NFL field.
What's that?
It's where they do something
60.
tricky with one of the wide receivers or the running back throwing the ball to the quarterback in the end zone. So they try and flip the roles.
45.
Famously done in a Super Bowl by the Philadelphia Eagles.
$140.
I wonder what Connor's real motivation is. Because you have to have that motivation, even if you're at the bottom of the table. He's on 46. The same amount of points as Rennie Idams, who's got a lot more experience than he has. But even his motivation could be, I want to finish 5th. If I finish ahead of someone who's won a week here, that's a bit of a feather in his cap.
Absolutely.
Tingstrom is having
100.
kind of a break here.
82.
Yeah, he's having everything all his own way at the moment. That leaves 71. 18 for tops. Oh, dear.
25.
Another lazy one.
2 darts there that went drastically to the left. He's got to watch that.
100. Picture required,
Got
57.
a bit of margin for error on this 17, so in for the right half of it.
37.
Over adjusted,
They
really.
require 110.
So 110, which is these days more popular in the 19s. Do get the feeling that Connor is someone who watches a lot of darts. And he's learning different routes for certain things. And he's trying to put them into play
42.
here today.
Picture required, 20.
But it's double 10 for the Swede. Doesn't like the angle. Doesn't
10.
like the result.
Connie requires 68.
Treble 12 has been calling on this shot. But he decides to change his mind this time.
36. Picture required, 10.
Double 5. Which has seen a Welsh player win a world title on it. Oh,
No
and he's done a
score.
Taylor, hitting double
Connie
12.
required 32.
Double 16.
Game shot
Finds
on the third
Connor
leg.
Hopkins a very
Connor Hopkins.
unusual leg. But take it when it comes.
Fourth leg, it's Connor to throw first.
I've got a lovely Welsh fact.
Game on.
A real beauty. If I told you Jack Daniels originated from Wales, you'd be massively surprised, wouldn't you?
43.
I would. I thought it was from Tennessee.
No, originated from Wales. Joseph Job Daniels was from Aberystwyth in West Wales. He immigrated to the US in the 18th century.
85.
And his grandson went on to create the world famous Jack Daniels whiskey.
His middle name was Job.
Mm-hmm.
That might have been religious. It might have been Job.
Ah, right, okay.
But
90.
middle name Job. He must have been a hard worker.
60.
You think about Welsh darts and the kind of presence it's had since the 1970s. Where would we be without it?
Well, when you think of Alan Evans as well, of course.
45.
Lights of Kerry Morgan, Tony Riddler.
And there are other players that we haven't mentioned as well.
Tony Riddler was the first player to do 180 on television.
In the Indoor League.
Mm.
Not just world champions, but they have had world finalists as well.
95.
Like Marshall James, who lost to Les Wallace. Richie Davies.
Lamb Chop.
Oh, one of the nicknames of all time. Still out there.
140.
Still playing, apparently.
I bet he's still brilliant as well. What a player. Jim Williams
81.
as well.
Picture
Isn't he playing with
161.
Eric Burden, Brian Cairns?
Peter Johns.
Yeah.
55.
Peter, what a player.
Peter
They
Lock.
require 147.
Lovely dart. Skews the next one.
77.
So another chance for
Did you require
Victor. He should have been
106?
3-0 up.
A real blast from the past. Tony
90.
Skuse.
Connie requires 70.
Dean Reynolds, Alan Reynolds, Sean Palfrey. And of course, one of our most successful players here, Robert Owen. Proud Welshman.
See, that's what
56.
I don't like about that. If you split that double 14,
requires 16.
you're on that measly double 7, which, let's face it, nobody likes that.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Maybe Victor does because it gave him a shot.
I suppose the argument would be if you hit the 42,
5th leg, it's
you haven't got to worry about splitting the sevens, have you? Because if you're only going to get one dart at the double 7, so you can attack both the double 14 and the double 7.
21.
I'd rather have one dart at double 7 than 3, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get that.
Because you can give it one good wrap as opposed to being cagey with the first 2. And if you have got one dart at an odd number
35.
double, that's what you got to do. You got to give it real purpose. You're better off going high than low. At least high, it might come out of your hand slightly late and still go in. It's like having a tendency on the tee. You know that most of his shots go left to right, so
121.
play the left to right shot. Don't try and hit it straight when it might not be. Don't try and hit a draw.
Yeah,
just play with your shot.
Yeah, that fascinated me, learning more about
85.
golf not as a player, but as a golf fan, and sort of watching it with a bit more understanding. Every player has a shape to their shot, and they just play that shot.
96.
They don't hit the ball straight. Some players do, but the majority all have a shape to their shot because that's their swing.
60.
Yeah, especially with certain American players through the years. There's a guy on the tour called Kenny Perry. Hit everything with a draw.
140.
Everything. Probably even his putts.
It's no different to dart players, though, and the way, some players have a tendency to stack naturally,
56.
or others don't.
Going to require 109.
Some players, like young Connor here, stand right of the oche like Bunty. Other players go all the way left. It's strange.
I tell you what's strange. Connor's got more routes for finishes
100.
than a sat-nav's got routes for roads in this country. Trying to predict what he's going to do is a bit of a mission impossible.
No
Maybe
score.
he's just out there having fun, trying to pick different ways of doing things. And if he is, fair enough.
Well, if you're going to experiment, this is
Victor
the time.
require 120.
This is a good time to win the match. Can he get past that one?
Gave it a good go.
43. Can he require 18?
Just showed a little bit of impatience there with that last dart.
40.
Bit of shoulder in that one. And Victor has left himself to John
77.
Part for a 4-1 victory. And he does find the 77. It's a good win because it gives him 2 points, but performance-wise, he will not be pleased. The numbers don't make for brilliant reading, but this is a game about points. You don't get bonus for your average. So, 4 out of 14 on the doubles, and an average sub-75 still gives him the 2 points. And now, he is second in the table. When we come back, Germany's Ronnie Idams will take on Jim Long in the final game of the round. Welcome back. We have game number 12 coming your way now, before we have our final round of matches. And now we really do have separation between the bottom two and the top four. Speaking of which, one is on the bottom two in this game and one is in the top four. In fact, Jim Long, who is still top right now, could, for a second time today, find himself ahead on points alone. But he's been reeled in after getting 8 points yesterday. He's only managed 2 wins today to this point.
Game on.
But he still has 2 matches left to match what he did yesterday points-wise. But performance-wise, no. It hasn't been as good today.
140.
No, so far today, a narrow win over Oscar, 4-3. He then went down 4-1 to Dimitri.
45.
And picked up a 4-2 win over Connor.
55.
He has one more game to play at the completion of this match, and it will be against his nearest rival, which is Victor Tingström.
83.
And the points could be shared out towards the end of this schedule as well, because Long has got
96.
Idams here. Idams has got Dimitri in his last game. Lukasiak has got Hopkins.
95.
That all happens before Jim Long plays against Tingström. So our outlook on this table on moving day
81.
is going to be incredibly clear before match 15. What do you think's gone wrong today for Jim? Because for me, the consistent scoring hasn't been there.
Well, he's lost the ability on dart 1 to find the target, and when dart 1 is off, he's not been able to find the adjustments like that.
100. When it requires 72.
Doesn't get a great deal of 180s, Jim.
Nope.
Game shot.
But that is a shot out of the blue, isn't it?
What did he amass yesterday? 4, wasn't it?
4. That's a somewhat unusual first start kill there for Renier, because that has not been his strength over the last day and a half.
Yeah, and he's fairly consistent. 3 so far today for Jim. And 2 came in
41.
his opening match. He's only hit 1 since then. I like them flights.
51.
Reminds me of Blockbuster.
With Bob Holness.
That's the one.
I'll have a W, please, Bob. A win.
140.
I think everybody watched Blockbusters, didn't they?
Yeah, it was on a tea time, wasn't it?
58.
Most of the best things are. Most of those have been won by Kirk Bevins these days.
Yeah, even the new ones.
121.
You know they had Deal or No Deal around the world, not just in the UK.
60.
Yeah, I remember seeing it in America.
It was very different in America, very different in Australia. In fact, for me, the worst one was in the UK, with the boxes. You know when they used to say that, because they were hanging around all week, weren't they, the same people?
99.
Oh, we struck up a great relationship. Oh, get on and open the box. That's the Victor Meldrew in me, by
60.
the way. So, allow me to say this to Jim, somewhat politely, eh?
63.
How about hitting tops?
40.
To put the garnish on the Caesar.
Game
See, when you ask nicely, everything happens.
Plum as well, another one. It was in the same hole as a dart we've seen earlier from Oscar.
Have you ever had a Caesar?
Delegates Renee to
A real one?
first.
A Canadian Caesar?
Yes, I have.
If you're not aware, one of the greatest drinks in the world. It involves a little bit of some well-aged potato liquid. Some clamato juice, which is a clam and tomato cocktail with various seasonings like Tabasco and a little bit of Worcestershire sauce, or as they say in North America, Worcestershire sauce. And then you have your choice of garnish.
Yeah, mine, obviously, with a aversion to fish, mine just had everything else minus the clam.
You had a vegetarian Caesar.
Yeah.
Which is the most popular one, with things like celery, wild bean, olives,
Tabasco, Worcestershire sauce.
It's amazing how many people use that stuff, and especially in Cajun cooking.
132.
They call it W sauce because they don't want to say Worcestershire or Worcestershire sauce.
180.
I don't think there's a lot of Worcestershire sauce in German cooking.
No, I couldn't imagine them put it on their bratwurst.
100. And it requires
There's
65.
an idea. Could be onto something there. It's $1 million idea. Double top.
45.
You could rue that.
Require 88.
More cooking. Single 18 for the button.
63.
Everything on a perfect line there. Small margins. Cost him 2-1, which Rene takes.
Rene Idams.
Now we start to look at Rene differently.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to
Doesn't
throw
look
first. Game on.
like the possibility of winning this group is there for him. But if he robs anybody in the top 4 of points, everybody else in the top 4 is saying, thank you, Rene.
Well, they're elevated, aren't they? Ultimately, Rene and Connor could play the role of
60
spoiler for the next day and a bit. They could have their own say in who tops Group A and go straight through to Saturday night's final and enjoy a Thursday and Friday relaxing.
Seeing the sights of Portsmouth in the autumn.
Yeah, take an umbrella.
93.
This has been Rene's issue. He's had good legs, but been unable to back them up.
100.
And build on his success.
It's a very side-on stance, isn't it? That right foot towards the raised oche. He's not towing the oche, he's actually side-footing it. Never been able to do that. I always found it quite uncomfortable.
Oh, I feel it just distorts everything.
100.
Seen some dart players have real problems with their right ankle.
Yeah.
Because of doing that.
And 2 players that come to mind that sort of actually toe the oche before bringing it back. Aspinall and Anderson.
Yeah, Johnny Clayton does that stamping thing as well.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. He actually steps on the oche before putting it behind the oche. Just a habit, I suppose.
100. Jimmy require 40.
There are many different idiosyncrasies of dart players. If we were here talking about them, we'd be here all day. Double 10, vital for Jim.
Game shot on the 4th.
Under pressure, finds a great shot. And that's what you've got to do when your opponent is pressurizing you. You take your shot, you do not give them a look.
5th leg, it's Rene to throw first. 41.
If I was watching this at home and I wanted to analyse René's game, I would take count of the amount of darts he's going for the treble 20 and see how many times he hits the small 20.
Yeah, well, Darragh Gurney had this issue when he had a real dip in form, and I remember having a conversation with him saying, listen, mate, you're just going to have to burn one and stick one over, and ultimately, if you do pull it, you'll pull it in. Because the dart below is no good to anybody that has a dart that
80.
just sits up above horizontal. So as you can see from that, they're just blocked out.
59.
And if you're consistently doing it, just literally put one over. So obviously your weight of dart is off.
Getting to a target area short.
100.
I'm trying to think of a sporting analogy that is positive. There aren't many. Laying up, being short of the water or short of a bunker, that is a positive play because it means you're taking trouble out of play. But if you're talking about passing a rugby ball, passing an American football, passing an Aussie rules football, short is always bad. At least if you go slightly further with a football or any sort of implement like that, you're giving the next person a chance to catch it with whatever they're allowed to. But in darts, especially the way his darts go in the board, by going slightly over the target, he's still giving it a chance to drop.
Yeah. I'm not necessarily ultimately saying don't aim at the target, but if you're under pitching consistently, you've got to start over pitching to try and get your range.
Jimmy required 45.
Now René's in trouble.
Well, this is the kind of game Jim's been good at winning, and he leads 3-2 with a break of throw. If it gets a little bit scruffy, Jim doesn't get too involved and worry too much about performance level. His focus is on just winning the game.
And Jim talked a lot about the CDC yesterday, which has really had some encouraging signs over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, it's really grown, hasn't it? And the standard of play, I was looking at the numbers over since its inception, and
57.
It's growing year on year, and in terms of not just terms in level of play, but participation and popularity.
Isn't the Continental Cup coming up as well?
Yeah.
43.
We've got qualifiers for the World Championships already via Championship Darts Circuit.
140.
One of them rather colourful in the shape of Stowe Bunts.
$60.
CDC have also introduced a junior tour as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, they've got some decent youngsters coming through, actually. I think it's the right call as well. I think giving them that capability to grow with a system like the JDC is exactly the right route. You've seen what's happened with the JDC.
71.
Alex Spellman, who you saw a couple of weeks ago, he's going to be at Alexandra Palace.
60. Jimmy Rock 132.
Yeah, 20th and 21st of October is the Continental Cup.
45. Running require 150.
To save the match. Again, it's delivered short.
134.
The other two weren't.
Jimmy require 87.
This is a good chance to be on 14 points after 9 rounds of play. Here in this group, that's very safe. An aggressive leave for 5s.
77. Renee requires 16.
To take us all the way. Oh, he's got to move, surely. Yeah, well, you can see what he can see.
Not
score. A lot.
Jimmy required 10.
I think his margin for error there was about 0.5 millimetre. Can Jim see much of that double five?
Game shot
well, if
and
he
the
could,
match.
he
Jim
found
Long.
it because his dart's going very flat. I don't think that was a marker for him. I think it was a blocker. But ultimately, he found the right-hand side of the bed to get a very valuable 4-2 win. And now he's at the top of the table on points alone, and his leg difference has improved to plus 13 as well. 9 rounds of play have come and gone here in Group A. Round number 10 will follow.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling. And ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. I know you've been wondering, I am still here, and I'm glad you are as well, ready to join us for the final 3 fixtures of Tuesday's play. And we have Jim Long in the final match taking on Victor Tingstrom, Dmitry Zhukovs and Rennie Idams. But before that, Connor Hopkins will face Oscar Lukasiak. And this is how the table is shaping up ahead of those final matches. Long still in front, pretty much as you were from the start of the day, 2 points clear. It's Tingstrom that is chasing him. So that last match of the day will decide whether they go in to the final day of this group as a dead heat. But as I said, the next one is Hopkins against Lukasiak, and guiding you through it, it's back to Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Murph. And this tie yesterday was match number 3, and Connor on debut got a 4-1 win over Oscar. His fortunes have been slightly different today. He finds himself at the foot of the table. 2 wins from 9 so far. Oscar finds himself on 10 points.
First leg, it's Connor
4
to throw
points
first.
adrift of Jim
Game
Long,
on.
who's out on top, who still has another match to play. And at one stage today, Nico, we thought he was going to get swallowed up. It's not been the case. He's just battled hard.
Yeah, I think the same can be said for a few people
44
in this table, but I think the biggest story of this group here today is just how many people are still in the running for the top spot. It's gone from 6 to 4.
125.
That's not mathematical at this point, but it will be pretty soon from what we've seen. And we look for patterns, don't we, between Monday and Tuesday?
45.
Oscar has somewhat bucked his pattern from yesterday. He's played better early.
Well, if both Rene and Connor lose
85.
and Jim Long beats Victor, then we know they can't win this group.
And they will follow exactly the same pattern as yesterday, getting 1 win from 5. And Connor won his first game both days.
Yeah.
So the only way he can buck his own trend is to beat Oscar Lukasiak here. Which does beg the question that if he doesn't, Group C will probably be calling his name. And we haven't mentioned the Group C combatants so far today, so let's do it now. We asked the question a little bit earlier about who could possibly get a PDC Tour card by the end of January. Cam Crabtree was one of the names. He's in Group C this week, alongside one of the highest ranked players in the ADC, Adam Mould, and Tommy Morris, highly regarded, just down the road in Dorset. If people can make it to the top half of the table but don't win the group, positions 2 and 3 will have Dan Reed, Jim McEwen and Kieran Tian to handle. Double top for Oscar.
Game shot on the first.
No problem whatsoever.
Oscar Lukasiak.
That's a really good 14 dart start, isn't it?
Yeah, clean as a whistle. And a breaker throw.
Second leg, it's
Have you
Oscar
ever
to throw
seen
first.
yellow sleeves under more pressure than that? He looks like he'd flex that bicep and the shirt would say, I can't take the pressure.
Only Gezi prices, I think. Although Lucas Fennick fills the shirt.
100.
Doesn't he just? Lovely guy though, Lucas. Really like him. All he ever does is smile.
Yeah, he's another one in contention, isn't he? For
58.
a tour card come January.
I wouldn't put it beyond doubt that he might win that Super League. I think his engine is excellent. It's going to need to be.
Yeah, it is for that. My goodness.
140.
And you know how we talk about players that we haven't seen here yet that I desperately want to see?
91.
Top of my list is German. Nico Springer.
Yes.
Fabulous player who is focusing on education and training to be part of the Justice Department in Germany at the minute. And once that is done, maybe he can unleash a bit of justice on the world of darts. You know for a fact
95.
that his nickname's not going to be Jerry when he comes through. It's going to be Judge Dredd. I am the law.
$89.
Oscar is cantering here. We've only had one 4-0 today, but already this is a bad sign for Connor. Oscar's finding his best performance by an absolute mile. And he did so yesterday as well.
73.
Yeah, he's having it
Oscar
all his own way at the moment. This is for back-to-back sub 15 dart legs.
Double 16s to the right, Oscar.
Game shot on the
Just
second leg. Oscar Lukasiak.
Well, this is the boxing match, isn't it? Because of the names, Hopkins versus Oscar.
Yep, De La Hoya
It's Connor to throw first.
Bernard.
Game on.
We don't have many Bernards in darts.
Golden Boy versus the Executioner.
We don't have any De La Hoyas either, so this is about as close as we can get to that. We do have a Tyson in darts, in Titus... he's Titus, so I call him Tyson. Titus Karnik from Poland.
97.
Do we have any Tysons? I don't think we do, do we?
95.
Not that I can think of.
Can't think of any. Oh, we do have Bruno Rangel.
Yeah.
For Brazil.
We have a Lewis, maybe not a Lennox Lewis.
60.
Definitely don't have a Canelo.
121.
There are Tysons in the world of darts, but nobody that I've ever heard of. The beauty of the internet. Nice response here from Connor.
100.
He's been left out to dry in the last couple of legs. I wonder what he's made of his first couple of days.
100.
Might be a really interesting insight to get a word with him tomorrow.
Probably what he expected. He knew it was going to be tough. You probably feel a little disappointed not to have got
requires 63.
more wins. It's not, and I mean this in the nicest possible way. It's
23.
a reasonably soft group.
You require 104.
Yeah, not like last week, where we had
that was savage.
4 weekly champions there. That's the kind of group that could have spat you out.
Yeah, that's not the kind of group as a youngster you want throwing into.
40.
That'd certainly do more damage than good.
Well, look at what it did to Willem Mandegas.
That's a serious, experienced campaigner.
Indeed.
Been around a while.
Former quarter-finalist at Lakeside, and he only won 1 game in the whole group. In fact, only 1 game for the whole week.
Oscar to throw
Hopkins has won 2 games this week, and the week is nowhere near done. We're only into day 2. Who's your favourite to win this week?
100.
Who's caught your eye, reputation-wise, or maybe somebody in this group? Who do you think has got the credentials?
Well, as I said, I didn't necessarily
98.
disagree with Jim being favourite for the group, but I didn't think the weekly winner would come from Group A.
60.
I was sort of looking at
100.
the winner may be coming from Group C in possibly Tommy Morris or Cam Crabtree. I certainly wouldn't write off Jim McEwen, who has vast experience of this format.
140.
Would be rather poetic to have Chucky in Halloween week.
Oh, wouldn't it be incredible in the final if we saw Jim McEwen facing
95.
Jim Long, 2 of the players who have played so well on the seniors tour? Because we keep going on about it being a young man's game.
Jim against Jim.
130.
What a lovely set of darts that was from Oscar. So much intelligence in using the bullseye with the last dart.
He's most definitely an afternoon player, Nico.
Oh, yeah.
60.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody's different. Jelle Klaassen has spoken loudly about the fact he hates playing in the morning. I was never a fan of it either. Double top.
41.
And yet again, we see double 15 left
148.
after a shot at tops. I'll make that easily the 4th time that's happened over the last couple of days.
If you had to nominate a player for double 15, who would it be?
140.
I was just about to write that
Oscar
down before you
30.
gave me the answer.
Look at me cop out going for the world number 1.
Game shot on the 4th egg.
Can I change
Oscar
my answer?
Lukasiak.
I wouldn't change my answer, just for the record. But Oscar's looking to finish on a very handy 12 points going into tomorrow. And the likelihood of him winning the group, well, it's very much down
57
to what happens in the last match.
Yeah.
He's on a bit of a hiding to nothing, really. Either Jim Long goes to 16 points and is 4 points in front, or Victor Tingstrom wins and he goes to 14, 2 points in front. What would you rather have?
And in spells today, certainly not like
100.
last time out. Victor was below par, but got a win with a 72.67. Prior to that, had a 90.56.
84
And 82, is that the kind of form to dislodge Jim Long? I'm not so sure.
I think you've got to be higher than that overall. I think this is a bad day for Jim.
60
And yet, he has still got 6 points.
Yeah, and he could actually extend his lead at the top. Overnight, it was 2 points, a win over Victor, and it would become
133
4 points because Dimitri can only get to 12, where Jim potentially can reach 16.
Yeah, but look at it this way.
And his level of play today, Jim, is well below that of yesterday. What did he average yesterday for today? 92, wasn't it?
92, and it's not close to that today.
No. It's probably closer to 85 today.
Yeah, we'll do that calculation
133
when Jim plays Victor in game 15. And Jim's record against Swedish players in game 15 isn't great this week.
No.
60 Connie Raquin 94
Well, 6 darts to get this done, to stay in this final game of his day. Is that the right time?
75
He's getting very creative with some of the finishes, but double-double when your opponent is not on a finish? Call me crazy. I'm not for that. I think there's a time for double-double when you feel that you've got one chance and one chance only. Double 8.
Three.
He caresses the wire. And Lukasiak now has a chance to win his last game of the day. By 4 legs to 1. You just don't know how valuable this could be. This extra leg. Bullseye.
47
Match start comes and goes. And he's left himself on a double that's already been hitting this leg.
No score.
And because double 8 is not hit,
Oscar Raquin, 38.
Oscar has the luxury of going for double 19 or leaving something else like double 16, which is exactly what he does. And he can't hit double 8 either.
Connie requires 16.
He's had plenty of chances. He's missed 19s.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And other doubles, but he doesn't miss double 8 this time. The match continues.
6th leg, it's Oscar to throw first. Game on.
You can just sense the aura of Oscar right there. Is one of frustration. When you put yourself in a position to get rid of an opponent with 2 darts at double,
60,
and you haven't done it, and you have to go all the way back to 501, it's like digging a trench and then getting to the end where the trench
96
professor will say, it's not deep enough, start again.
Dig deeper. Well, I just had a little dig around Nico. We both agreed we thought Jim's average was down at 85 today.
125.
Well, it's actually 85.40, which is some 7 points off the pace he set yesterday. But as we mentioned so often, it's about
58.
points. It's about qualifying for Saturday, and then the averages take care of themselves.
We didn't even have a points prediction contest yesterday to see what it would be. We got it drastically wrong last week, by the way.
58.
We thought it would be 20 or 22. 22 was good enough for second spot. 26 for Luke Littler.
59.
And he went off to play FIFA for a couple of days before he came back for a Saturday jaunt, which was halted by Sebastian Białecki, who...
Yeah, it was a very good performance, wasn't it, from Seb in his final couple of games. Both averages well into
44.
the 90s. I think Jim will get to 22, 24.
100.
If you offered him 22 points right now, would he take it? 24, he definitely would.
Yeah.
But 22...
11 from 15.
58.
It's a fair return.
Yeah, but will it be enough in this group?
I'm going to say yeah.
Okay, if we say 22 makes it,
100.
but the leg difference has got to be the separator, because there could be another person on 22, then maybe that is it. And that makes the next game between Long and Tingstrom in game 15 incredibly vital for that reason.
60.
No, that's a bit like us trying to predict
hurricanes, 88.
Like Michael Fish in 1987. But there could be a hurricane. And it could be called Oscar.
63.
Now that the bull has been missed.
Oscar Raquan, 96.
Well, to close his final game out, yesterday he was clinical on 95. So one more here. Going to need treble 20 and double 8. Oh, he's gone for 36 for tops.
76. Conor Raquan, 25.
More in the way of shots or shot for the match. Missed. He's had 3 darts to complete the win against Conor.
13.
Now he gets more. And if there's one thing this week that Conor has not been able to do, it's been completing doubles to stop people getting match shots enough. He's not been clinical in that department.
Game
Oscar
shot
wins
and the match
by 4 legs
Oscar
to 2.
Lukasiak.
He was the better player. He did get the match chances, but unfortunately Conor was not able to stop the Swede for a second consecutive day. Lukasiak wins that one by 4 legs to 2 with an 83.31 average, and he finishes the day on 12 points.
Up next, our penultimate game of today's Group A session. Dmitry Zhukov's against Rene Idams. And for Dmitry, in terms of staying in touch with Jim Long, this is a must-win game. Jim Long on 14, Victor on 12.
First leg, it's Dmitry to throw first.
Oscar, who has finished his matches for today, is also on 12. Dmitry currently on 10 points.
If you're looking for signs as to why, Connor Hopkins only won 2 points today. I've just done a calculation that he's had 68 darts at a double today and hit only 11. Now, Oskar Lukasiak has had 62, which is still a lot, but he hit 18. That's why he's in the top 4, and that's why Connor Hopkins is not.
100.
Sometimes the analysis can be really detailed. Sometimes it doesn't have to be.
Well, this one yesterday was won by Dmitry, 4-2. He's the favourite to win this one today, 8-11. Even money about Rene.
57.
Do you agree with that?
On the passage of play that we've seen so far over the course of 2 days, I do.
100.
Although, I would be concerned if this was the final betting and accumulator, because last time out, Dmitry had
32.
An absolute mare. Lost 4-0 to Oscar with a 73-33.
And only got 2 shots at a double.
Yeah.
45.
By the way, I love the romantic speech you gave me about this game. Imagine saying that at a wedding. Based on the passage of play over the last couple of days, I do. Be good for a short relationship, right?
32.
I predict a divorce inside 12 months.
Oh, that's a good dart. I don't know how that got past the other one. But it does get him into 2-dot territory.
It was weaved around.
Does anybody weave anymore? Bit of an old hobby, that one, isn't it?
100. Running require 100.
Can he weave his way to 1-0? That's got a nice ring to it. Another
84.
good third dart.
Dmitry require 120.
Seen him do this today. Oh, how much of the tops can he see?
Game shot in the first leg.
Well, it was
Dmitry
far
Zhukov.
off identical to the 120 he produced in a win over table-topping Jim Long.
Deja vu, anybody? Deja vu in darts is a good thing most of the time if you can replicate things that really helped you.
Unless it's semi-finals of World Championships.
134.
I wouldn't know.
That was very much darting deja vu a year apart.
100.
Now, you got to be there to understand how hard it is. And I wasn't. Should have been.
24.
How badly did I play in that one quarterfinal I had? My word.
$55.
You know how I feel about a 3-4-3. It doesn't leave a finish even if you hit a maximum. I was practicing the other day, in fact, and I left 3-4-6 after 6, and I said to myself, what would Chris Mason think of me doing
84.
that?
You would be scorned.
Yeah, you got to leave in the 340 range. If you've got a trebleless visit and a ton, leave 350, 347, 344, 341, and 340. You don't want to leave the other ones. But maybe at the rate that we played today, it's not as much of an issue. But then again, if you think about what Jim did earlier in the day with 284,
yeah,
you've got to leave yourself in with a chance. He hit the maximum.
98.
He had the 104 at the end. He doesn't do that, he loses the match. But he has left a bogey number in 2 different senses in the same leg.
45. Running require 90.
Okay. Do you agree with that
50.
play?
No.
Dimitri
Neither do
require
I.
180.
You're 1-0 down. You've got to give yourself a dart at least the ball. Or double 5.
Or just do what Dimitri did earlier today by hitting bull tops with 2 darts. Oh, it's a second ton plus finish in 2 legs from Dimitri. 120 followed by a 118. Nothing wrong with that.
The leg is Dimitri to
Yes, the strange thing. He's 2-0 up with 2 ton plus finishes and he's averaging 77.
Well, he had a spell like that a little earlier where he just didn't look like he was going to miss a double. In fact, he only missed 1 because he went 4 out of 5 against Jim.
60.
And in the match, I'm trying to find the match. It was either before or after that he looked irresistible on the doubles before then, having a bit of a drought.
59.
He had 4 from 5 against Jim. Then after that, he was 4 from 7.
That's right, yeah.
But in his first game of the day, he was 3 from 13.
59.
And Connor beating him in that match was purely because his scoring and the doubling just couldn't be knit together.
Yeah, so he had a spell where he was 8 from 12, which is high level.
I'm just casting my mind through all of the games today, and from what I can see, the most amount of darts at double in a match today was that one from Connor for 18 darts. And if you're allowing someone 18 darts at a double in a match, you are running the risk of losing it.
Dimitri require 150.
And that's why sometimes we do dig a little deeper when we try and find you a bit of value where they may have it a tad wrong in terms of the way
90.
they've compiled the odds.
Just for a moment there, I thought Dimitri was going to get a 150 for his collection.
105.
There was one today that they got
Dimitri
desperately wrong that we
60.
picked out, but typical of the bookies, when they get it wrong, they ultimately get it right. And can he make it 3 from 3? He can.
Dimitri
and that was a match between Connor and Dimitri where they made Connor the 8-11 favourite.
And
when they met the day before, Dimitri won 4-1 and he lost 4-3 with a 71-64 where he had 13 darts at a double and only hit 3.
Well, I said to you when we talked about that earlier, that is so wrong, it's not even close.
No.
But it turns out that it happened
140.
anyway.
Yeah, they got it right.
$100.
Differing rhythms there for Renier. Sometimes he stops, sometimes he doesn't. If you're going to have that kind of spontaneity, it still has to have some rhythm with it.
140.
Yeah. You look at Gary Anderson, who aims dart 1 and continues with darts 2 and 3. It's got a pattern.
Okay,
I'll be quiet.
180.
I think Rene may benefit massively. He'll be aware that
95.
he's been cut adrift. That was risky.
It's like that Travis song, Driftwood.
60.
And I think when he comes back on Thursday, which I presume will be Group C, I think we may see a better version. Because when you see it from all the players, once they know they're being cut adrift, it's very hard to
46.
get yourself back in the mix. But come Thursday, everyone starts from 0.
To save the match, it's double 18.
85.
And judging by the way he's finishing, this could be
Dimitri require
all
80.
over Red Rover.
Yeah, he's not missed tops, has he? 3 from 3. Might as well go tops.
We have seen 5 double tops in a match to win 4-0. We don't hear,
shot on the match.
but we do see the 4-0.
Dmitry Zhukov.
Well, 12 points for the day. Well, not. It's for the group, actually. For the day, it's been not bad. It's 6 each day. Very consistent from Dmitry Zhukov with the 4-0 win there and the 80% on doubles for the second time today. He is going to be a factor in the table tomorrow. As far as how far he is behind the top spot, let's find out with our final game between Jim Long and Victor Tingström. A very warm welcome to the last game of Tuesday's session in Group A here in Week 10. And this one could tell us who will be leading and by what margin when we come back tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. for the final day of Group A. Jim Long currently 14 points ahead of 3 players on 12 points. One of them is his opponent in this game.
First leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game
to top
on.
the group, he's going to have to win 4-1 or better.
Is it a big thing to lead the group overnight? Is it a good feeling, do you think? Or do you not mind as long as you're close?
Well, I think I don't think it would particularly concern Jim, but for Victor's confidence, I think it would give him a massive boost, and he'd come back tomorrow like a peacock
59.
coming through the door.
That I'd like to see. But I think Jim's got the knowledge that at worst he's going to be joint top on points. That's a little bit of pressure off.
Yeah, he's got that insurance policy, hasn't he?
If he wins this game, he's going to be 8 points for the day, just like yesterday, which I'm sure
60.
he would have taken.
I mean, he's the best player in this group, isn't he?
He is. The statistics prove it. At times, other players have played better than him.
81.
But overall, the statistics aren't lying this week. Jim is the most consistent player. If you were to compare these two for the day, you already did the calculation for Jim at being 85.4 for the day. Victor's 81.37. That's a good few points away.
Yeah, and that's a below par version of Jim Long.
So Victor's got to win the game to equalise the 14 points that Jim already has.
Victor requiring 58.
He's probably not bothered about the leg difference so far. He can take care of that tomorrow.
He's
taken care of leg 1 already, and that's 14 darts.
Just needs 3 more of those.
Second leg, it's Victor.
That would give us our second ton plus average of this week. Only the one from Jim yesterday. In fact, most of the averages today have been living in that low to mid 80s range.
65. $45.
Been looking at the doubles for the people today as well. I spoke about Lukasiak and Hopkins
60.
having more than 60 darts at a double for the day. Idam's only 37 darts at a double with 11 hits. So if you compare him to Hopkins,
45.
he's got the same amount of doubles, but 31 less darts at the outer ring and the bullseye. But
95.
head and shoulders above anybody else today. Dmitry Zhukov, 15 hits from 32. That's really impressive.
Yeah, very, very tidy. That's why Dmitry
41.
finds himself on 12 points and a leg difference of plus 10, superior to that of Victor.
85.
We accused Victor earlier of wanting to beat Oscar Lukasiak too much. He eventually got it done, courtesy of some very key missed darts at double from Oscar. But he settled into this game pretty well.
140. $140.
You know how earlier in the week we were talking about how Connor's throw reminds us of somebody? Why am I getting Victor's throw reminding me of somebody now? With that layoff.
140. Victor, you're requiring 56.
I can't think of who it is. Oh, he's dragged it left and low again.
24. Jimmy requiring 90.
Backswing is so short, isn't it?
Bullseye for Jim for 1-1.
Game shot on the second leg.
Beautiful.
Jim Long.
He is a heartbreaker with that shot. Tingstrom will be thinking, he just had to go and do that,
Jim
didn't
to
he?
throw first. Game on.
That's his job.
Yeah, Victor wasted an opportunity to lead 2-0 and really put the pressure on Jim.
100.
You know, we talked a little bit earlier about Jim's points being quite wide. And they do have a structure of a soft tip point where they are pure steel now instead of pure plastic. But they do it going quite far. Who
85.
that you've seen over the last few months, whether it be on the Pro Tour or here at the MODUS Super Series, is going to have to change their points now
60.
to be ready for the rule change in January?
They all should have. I wouldn't have personally left it this late.
$57.
But there's many players that the first one who comes to mind, of course, is Simon Whitlock, who, well, he's come up with some of his own.
Well, have you noticed that Chris Dobie, since signing with another manufacturer, has
99.
automatically changed point?
Yeah, well, with the Wilmar board, they're not needed now. That's the whole thing. That's why there is going to be a change.
45.
Because obviously, visually, if you're using aggressive points, it does make the board look not as clinical and as clean as it should look. As you can see, the fibres are being pulled from the board already on this one around the treble 20. Or if you see a group that use small points, the board remains very fresh looking.
99. Jimmy require 96.
Oh, Victor left himself on a bogey number there. Didn't give himself a chance of taking the 2-1 lead at that visit. But Jim will. And he does hit double 18 for the 2-1 lead.
Jim Long.
Yeah, Jim won this tie yesterday. It was the first game on, and he won it.
It's Victor to throw
It couldn't have been any more convincing. It was a 4-0 drubbing.
Strange averages compared to the result that we're having so far.
Well, it was affected by 60. Leg 1, where Jim had a bit of a mare, averaging in the 60s after one leg. He's done well to get it up to 77.
67.
Oh, this is much better. The timing of that throw
180.
was so much better. The release wasn't forced, wasn't throwing it too hard. Let the dart do the work in the air and wallop, just
60.
like that. I wonder if they've got a Swedish word for wallop.
57.
They'd probably say it better with their accent anyway. Swedish people say many things in English better because, like I've always said, Swedish people tend to speak English better than
60.
we do.
I think I've seen a stat that 80% of Swedish people speak English.
122.
That's why 99% of English people don't speak Swedish. Alan Norris does, though.
Yes. He speaks quite a few languages,
60.
doesn't he, Alan?
Victor require 82.
For a level game, 17 tops.
62.
Again, that drag to the left.
That's because of that layoff. When the dart is drawn back quickly and he lays the wrist off,
60.
when you then deliver it, his tendency is always going to be low and left. It's one of the reasons why his double 10 there was hitting the bottom corner.
Jim to throw first.
Yep.
Game on.
It's probably why he likes doubles on the side of the board, because he doesn't necessarily have to get the weight of the dart right. The line is more important.
60. 100.
Just remember that if you are joining us on Thursday, our start time for Group C will be 1 p.m. The first 6 matches will be live on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And then we will join Sporty Stuff TV from 3 p.m. for the conclusion of the afternoon session on Thursday and Friday.
140.
And then the second session will be live on both of those channels from 10 p.m. to see the 5-person group here in week 10. As per usual,
60.
no changes to our schedule. If you thought there was a big gap in the averages earlier in the match, it's actually widened.
44.
There's 20 points between them. Well, there was.
Yeah, and if that wasn't if this wasn't a best of 7, it would be almost impossible for Jim to win this match. But in these short races,
55.
it is a possibility.
$97.
Victor, first down to a finish. Seen a few of these today, the 120s.
171. Victor record 120.
Oh, that was some approach on the 171 to maybe take the lead once again.
I'm sure he's a
60.
A fan of cricket.
75.
Not the game we play, the game you play on a dartboard, and that was a 9 count.
The old white horse. if you get in 3 different trebles.
55.
Clips the double.
Victor requires
Victor for
60.
the day is 36% on doubles. In this match, he's 50%. So he's up on what he's done today.
40.
Not this time.
Pressure.
Jimmy required 20.
He looked tight on that from start to finish.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Well, if
Jim
Victor was
Long.
tight, that was loose. Jim might be thinking, how am I getting away with this?
6th leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game on.
But then again, he is 60% on his doubles in this match, and he's needing that because he's not scoring well.
60. $83.
Just done a calculation for Jim Long for the day. He's actually 36% on doubles for the day as well. But that was
44.
before Victor missed those 2 shots to take a 3-2 lead. That's something they definitely had in common.
95.
If Jim is to lead this table by 4 points overnight, a lot of people are going to think he's going to win this group, maybe quite comfortably.
140.
I don't think it's going to be that simple. He's gone for plan B.
95.
Maybe sometimes it's a prudent player that when you've played 4.5 games, the shoulder and the hand and things like that start to get tired.
59.
Throwing at treble 19, which is a lower target, uses up less energy. And the plan is working. So much so that Victor doesn't want to look.
134.
Chance to win for the 4th time today, just like yesterday.
96. Jimmy required 94.
He did beat Victor by 4 legs to 0 yesterday. This has been harder work.
$54.
He's poised on tops for the match. It's now a question of whether Victor can stop
require
him.
102.
Either the gate goes up for Jim to get into the winning house, or Victor closes the gate. The gate is open.
35. Jimmy required 40.
Double top.
No score.
Can't do his job on that one.
Victor requires 67.
It's pretty much the only time he's failed on doubles in this contest. That's been his strong suit in this 15th match of the day. And that one is short as well. 2 chances to save the match.
40.
Neither pay off. And Long gets another look at 220s.
$30.
6 starts for the match have been missed.
Victor required 20.
Victor genuinely thought that this was over, as did we all. But this sport is played by humans, not robots.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And let's go the
Victor
distance.
Tingstrom.
Miraculously, if you look through our schedule today,
7th and final leg, it's Jim
we
to throw
started
first.
with 4
Game on.
consecutive 4-3 scorelines. And since then, we haven't had one.
$95.
So we are going to bookend the day with 7-leg contests. If Victor was never going to get
140.
one of those big wins by 4 legs to 0, 4-1, or even 4-2, the worst case scenario was stop Jim from doing that to me.
171.
But he must keep pace in this last leg if he is to keep pace in this Group A table.
140.
And he's doing a fabulous job of it. I don't know about that play on the 19s for 235. I think that's where you've got to go for the 20s and use the 25 at the end.
100.
Fabulous last dart. I get this one. 113 left.
95.
And he leaves
You
94
require
again.
121.
Jim's had 6 match darts. Victor gets 1.
83.
This time, it's not low and
Jimmy
left.
require 94.
It's high and left. But is he left high and dry? Well, that's somewhat fortunate. Could have been a lot worse than that.
34.
But that's the white flag being raised right there.
Victor
Exasperation from the
38.
Canadian means that Victor gets a second visit, just like Jim got in the previous leg. Double 16 for 14 points. You can see what he can see. It's blocked. Sometimes when the road is blocked, you just have to plow through.
22.
Well, Jim is now ruined throwing that last dart away, which missed the board. Double top. Again. And he does find the win.
And the match.
He
Jim
may
Long.
not know how he did it. It is 4 legs to 3. I think we're all a bit bemused as to how that one ended. But Jim Long, the story of the 2 days that he's had here in Group A, 8 points yesterday, 8 points today, and he now has a 4-point cushion at the top of the table. And it'll be interesting to get his thoughts over the next 24 hours. But ultimately, Victor Tingström is going to be querying why he didn't get within 2 points. And that 4-point cushion overnight may just be too much for them all to grasp. Let's get the final thoughts of the Chris's up on the balcony.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. We'll start by looking at those results. 4-3 was the order of the day at the start of the day, and then at the end of the day as well, Mace.
Yeah, it was strange. Jim was nowhere near at the level of performances where he was yesterday, but still managed to win 4 out of 5, and sometimes winning matches that maybe he should have been beaten in, and that one.
I think we've got a slight issue with your mic, mate, so we're going to share mine. Just carry on what you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, even when he's not his best, he's still finding a way to win, and that's what winners do, I suppose. That's one bit of credit we can give to him. Still manages to win 4 out of 5, probably averaged around about 82, 81 for the day today, which is some 10 points off, but averages mean nothing in that game there. He was 10 points adrift in terms of Victor's average, but still got the win 4-3.
Yeah, worth us talking a little bit more about those 2 players we just saw. Jim Long, same day twice, really. It wouldn't have felt the same the way he played, but it's the same outcome.
Yeah, he just looked a little bit tired today. He has had a bit of a busy schedule. He travelled down here late on Sunday night and then in very early Monday morning, so no doubt he's feeling it a little bit, probably a bit of jet lag as well. He still looks the man to beat in the group, despite having an off day. He's still clear by 4 points at the top of the table. Probably 3 wins from 5 yesterday's. Tomorrow's going to be enough with the wins yesterday and the wins today.
And as for Victor, we'll talk about Tingström as well, because he has kind of emerged as a contender. Just consider the fact that he lost that first match yesterday, 4-0 to Jim, and the way he's come back since then, both yesterday and today, has been really good.
Yeah, there's a few players that have shone today, including Victor and Dimitri and Oscar in spells. I think that's going to be a real tussle, those mix, because only 2 can come out of those 3 to go in Group B. I can't see Jim being caught now from having a 4-point lead going into tomorrow. He can have a good rest today. He knows tomorrow, one bit of a push, and he will be the one that will benefit most from getting Thursday and Friday off.
Absolutely, yeah. Decent-ish stuff from Victor Tingström himself today. The obligatory hug between the 2 Swedes as well. But that last match, has that decided it, basically?
Yeah, I think if there was only a 2-point swing, then maybe there can be a bit of movement at the top. But when you've got that bit of a cushion, Jim will be allowed to play with a bit of freedom. Listen, he's a very cool customer anyway. That particular match there, he was done. But as I said, good players find a way to win, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, and Jim Long himself said he might need a little bit of luck. I think he got a little bit in that last game there. It all means that the league table looks like this going into the final day of Group A. As Mace mentioned, Long has a 4-point lead, not just over Tingström, but also Lukasiuk or Zukov. So it's hard to bridge a 4-point gap. But if anybody's going to do it out of those 3, who would be the most likely?
I think you could make a case for all 3. We've seen quality stuff from all 3. The problem is it's backing it up, and that's what Jim does very well. If he loses a game, he doesn't carry it over. If he plays well in a game, he tends to continue with that kind of form. I'd like to look at Dimitri. I think when he finishes like he has done in spells, so they had 2 matches where he was 80% on the doubles. Needs to just up the scoring a little. Maybe he could close the gap if Jim had a real nightmare, but I just can't see Jim losing more than 3 matches tomorrow.
Well, just finally, at the start of the week, you and Paul Nicholson actually both said you felt he was the right favourite for Group A, but we're a little bit surprised maybe he was favourite for the week. Has he done enough to change your opinion on that?
No, I never had him favourite for the week at any point. I think he's very one-paced, and that's not a criticism. He's a very solid player, but I don't think averaging around 90, 92, 88, I don't think that's quite going to be enough. We only got to look at last week for an example, and the week before. You need to. We've seen one example where he averaged 100.20. That by far is his best performance. Well, he's going to need those kind of numbers, especially on Saturday night, because he's going to be surrounded by a deep pool of sharks.
Yeah, and he is almost there. We will see if Jim Long can finish the job, at least as far as Group A is concerned, when we return at 9:30 tomorrow morning, live here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and, of course, on Sporty Stuff TV. So as for today, Jim Long, well, he's lengthened his lead. We'll see you tomorrow.